Um, do you want to start with a roll call or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can do that. Madam Superintendent,
Present.
Mr. Secretary of State,
Excused?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm here.
Madam Auditor. Here. And Mr. Treasurer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have 4 members of the board present. You do have a quorum, so you may continue. I will note that this meeting of the State Loan and Investment Board has been properly noticed as a special meeting for the Treasurer's special working session. And the first matter on your agenda today are state investment matters.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you,
Take it
Mr.
away.
Chairman. I think we'll start this out. We've got some new IFC members and some folks out there zooming in. So we're going to introduce some of the new folks there. Let's start with Steve Dubois. And Steve, I'm going to get my readers on here and we'll tell the crew a little bit about you here. So Steve founded Camber Capital Management and Equity Long Short Hedge Fund, focused on healthcare sector, and served as its portfolio manager from its founding in 2006 until his retirement in 2025. Camber managed over $2.5 billion in client assets, investing in companies across the biotechnology, pharmaceutical, medical device, and health services sectors. Prior to Camber, Steve worked in a variety of roles across the hedge fund, real estate, investment banking, and private equity sectors. He serves on the board of directors of the Community Foundation of Jackson Hole, where he is chair of the audit committee and member of the investment and finance committees. Steve is the chair of the Venture Philanthropic Network at Boston Children's Hospital and is a member of Princeton University's President's Roundtable. Steve received his MBA from the Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth in 2000, where he graduated with distinction and was an Edward Tuck Scholar. He received his BSc in Civil Engineering from Princeton University in '95, and Steve and his wife reside in Wilson, Wyoming, enjoy hiking and skiing. And we've had a meeting with the IFC, and while Steve was there, he's jumped right in, and he's not bashful, and we really enjoy your expertise. So thank you. Doug's been around a little bit, but Doug, we're glad to have you here as a senior advisor to Oak Hill Advisors and Global Alternatives firms based in New York. Previously served as the head of Europe, where he was responsible for directing OAH's investments in European companies and managing the firm's European operations. Prior to joining OAH, he was a partner and chairman of the credit and banking investment banking division at Goldman Sachs, and oversaw the firm's European, Middle East, and African and its Asian Capital Committee, and served on the board of Goldman Sachs International Bank. 18 years in London, Doug was a senior portfolio manager with Merrill Lynch, where he built up and managed $14 billion on a credit platform. To go on, Doug earned his BA in Cornell University and an MBA from Johnson Graduate School of Management at Cornell. Doug and his wife reside full-time in Jackson. And Doug, we're glad to have you in here. You've added a lot to the team. Chip Nesbitt. Chip, nice to see you today. Chip is the managing partner of Lionsgate Capital, and an investment and advisory firm founded in 2004. The firm began as a U.S. equities investment fund and expanded in 2014 to provide general partnership capital advisory services, capital raising support for select commercial real estate companies. Since 2015, Lionsgate has served as a general partner with I'm gonna butcher this one, Montecito Medical. Did I get that close? Close. Okay. And acquisition and development of medical office buildings nationwide. The company has raised significant institutional capital and built a portfolio exceeding $7 billion across 40 states. The firm has also funded general partners, co-investment ventures in self-storage, multifamily, office sectors, and has structured and raised capital across numerous successful real estate projects. Chip, this is a long one. I'm gonna go right down here and say that you had a BA in economics from the Davidson College and an MBA from Darden School in University of Virginia. And you guys also are residents of Wilson and enjoy hiking, skiing, fishing, and golf. Mr. Chairman, I got to say, it's a great thing to have Jackson in Wyoming because the people that really want to recreate and have a good lifestyle, we get to use their skill and expertise on the IFC. So thank you guys. And here's Cecilia.
Sorry to be late.
Cecilia, so we're glad to see you here. I just went through and read the CVs of these guys, and I think I'm more impressed every time I go through those with your guys' expertise and skills. And Cecilia, you're a great asset to this team for a good number of years, and we really appreciate you.
Happy to be.
So those are the introductions there. Mr. Chairman, I guess we'll get right into turn it over to our CIO, Carl, and to RVK to continue with the presentation.
Welcome, good morning. And while you're getting ready, thank you all for serving on the IFC. Really appreciate it. I would love to see a hobby of irrigating somewhere on that. It's a dying art, and we get you involved. So thanks, Josh. Good to see you, and Mr. CEO.
Great, thank you. For the record, Carl, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Carl Cheng, CIO for the State Treasurer's Office. We have a pretty full agenda today. Just a preview, we have for our first item is the performance update that RVK will review. That will be through February of this year. Following that is the review of the asset allocation that was previewed to the Investment Funds Committee back in March. And then last two items on the agenda are the investment policy statement and performance benchmarks. There are some proposed revisions from staff and an investment consultant. Those were previewed and approved by IFC as well back in March. So I think overall it should be a pretty straightforward agenda.
Thanks. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan, CEO at RVK. I'm going to start with the performance review and try to keep this relatively brief because the asset allocation is really the most important thing and the purpose of this meeting. And we're also here with February 28th numbers in your book. And things have, as you know, have gotten a little bit more interesting since then. Long story short, March was a very rough month for markets. Stocks and bonds sold off as concerns around inflation and rising oil prices entered the mix again. In fact, the market action in March looked and felt quite a bit like 2022 when you also saw, the last time we sort of saw that big jump in inflation with stocks and bonds both selling off at the same time. Now things have settled down and largely recovered in April. So even though the February numbers feel like a long time ago, they may not be too far from where you actually sit today when you put the March and April experience together. Page 3 of the deck covers performance in the bond markets. And, for the better part of your current fiscal year and over the past year, rates have been coming down. And so bonds have done well. And you see that reflected in these positive returns on this page. As I mentioned, though, rates went up quite a bit in March. The 10-year actually got right below 4. It was at like 3.97 at the end of February. Got up about as high as 4.5. It's since settled down to it's kind of been sitting around 4.3, somewhere in that range recently. The other point that we would make here is that although credit has continued to do reasonably well and has done well in your current fiscal year, you see in the upper right-hand table here, and we'll talk about this, and this will be one of the themes of the asset allocation discussion. Credit, we're pretty late into the current credit cycle, and spreads are pretty tight. And so The one recommendation that we have to you today is to actually improve the diversification within your credit exposures as a way to give your managers some more tools to manage credit risk and also interest rate risk, given where we are in the cycle. On the equity front, on page 4, we've generally had pretty good equity returns, and they've been particularly good, at least through the current year to date here through February and the past 12 months in international equities. International equities were also what sold off the most in March. Major parts of the international equity market are more impacted by higher energy prices, more reliant on energy imports than we are. So that had a greater negative effect in the month of March, but we've also seen a larger rebound there in April. If you go to page 5, you see the market value of the assets in total. And just to walk around the pie chart to reorient as we start to think about asset allocation recommendations for these funds, the blue and the green represent your long-term permanent funds. The blue and green distinction is the green is the legacy funds that have been historically categorized with a total return focus, and the blue are those that have been historically categorized with an income focus. The largest of each of those, as you know, are the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. Those are all moving towards a common asset allocation. As you'll see, they currently have the same long-term target. They are at different points on that journey, though, to reach that long-term target. Workers' Compensation Fund in yellow, Pool A, LISRA, SAP, and then you do see a growing new piece of the pie chart here. It's kind of a beige color, the long-term liquid funds. This is the relatively new, longer-term oriented, diversified, but liquid-only assets that are now being used for the reserves for the permanent funds. And so, with these good returns that you've seen, and with the reserves being here rather than in the SAP or virtually cash where they've historically sat, you are benefiting from the market returns there. So go to the next page, you see total fund performance. Now, I always make a point of the fact that this is everything rolled up. So it's your cash accounts, it's your long-term endowments. So the actual number itself is not all that meaningful. The thing that we're a little bit more focused on here, though, is just the relative performance. As you roll these up and you roll up the underlying benchmarks, is the program as a whole outperforming net of fees, the policy benchmarks? And in the quarter, most recent quarter, or quarter to date, so that's the first 2 months of this quarter, you did outperform that by about 20 basis points. And you had been behind just a little bit on a fiscal year-to-date basis. And so that actually brings you right in line on a fiscal year-to-date basis. And we don't have, it's early to have the scorecard for March. Historically, though, the way that you've been positioned, your portfolios have tended to outperform on the downside. We'll have to wait till we see the actual scorecard finalized to confirm that. You can see just looking at each of the asset classes below, we show you your returns and the market returns for each asset class. And just at a high level, you start by seeing generally it's been a good period. Everything's positive. Some are particularly positive. International equities has been your best absolute source of returns. It's also been one of your best relative performers, meaning outperformance relative to the benchmark. Now, fiscal year to date, all of this washes up to about even with the policy benchmark. So you've got outperformance in some places and underperformance in some places. Where you do see underperformance, it does tend to be where You've got active management of small cap US equities and also in your hedge fund portfolio. And some headwinds there, particularly as we look at like small cap, it has been a bit of a lower quality. So companies with weaker balance sheets have tended to benefit more from falling rates. That's been a notable headwind for some of your managers that are more focused on quality and high quality management and balance sheets.
Josh, can I ask you a question? Both on the opportunistic and on the hedge, I think you'll know where I'm coming from. These are constellations of funds. Number one, relative performance, awkward to measure. And just your thoughts on that. But secondly, and I keep beating this drum on hedge. What's the purpose and how are they performing according to that purpose, as opposed to just, my sense is we acquire hedge not just because we love hedge, but we have a long short, we have, whatever that would be.
Yeah, great question, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the term to hedge implies to hedge risk, but the universe of hedge fund strategies is everything. It's broader than the universe of mutual fund strategies. You do have a diversified portfolio of lots of different strategies, and the real purpose of this in your asset allocation is to provide a source of absolute return or consistently positive, long-term attractive, exceeding cash by something like 4 to 5, 6%, but to do it in a way that's not reliant on the directionality of traditional markets. And your relative performance that you see here is weak over the fiscal year to date, but you're also coming off a very good year last year where you outperformed by even more. So you don't have to go out but very far to see that you've actually performed quite well in your hedge fund portfolio. It will be important to see how are these strategies doing as things get more volatile. That should be an environment where you see more opportunities for those managers. And ideally, you see some protection from market directionality.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just to follow on Josh's point, so you can see that the hedge fund portfolio underperformed by about 5% fiscal year to date 26. And again, to reiterate Josh's point, fiscal year 2025, that portfolio outperformed by over 800 basis points. So there are definitely a couple of sizable positions that did really well in 2025 that are now giving some of those performances back. But the investment team is definitely very active in managing that. And to your point regarding the opportunistic investment portfolio, the board at the last meeting approved an allocation that will hopefully make an improvement in how that performance of that sleeve will the performance of that sleeve over time. So we think we're making good changes in the overall portfolio.
And I appreciate that. The question, I understand that's brand new. The question is, how does that measure up over time, and how do we look at the performance? Because it's not just sort of year over year, it's cycle related. And if we are putting hedge in place, this has always been my point. Let's not just look at performance. Let's look at what we're trying to achieve in terms of the hedge.
Mr. Chairman, for sure. We're looking for uncorrelated returns to the broad market, and that is the remit for Tom Chapman and his team in managing that portfolio.
Thanks. Proceed. Go ahead.
One last point I'll make on this page is you do see some of the private markets, private equity, private credit, real estate, these are privately valued assets. And in many cases, the valuations are still as of 12/30, if not 9/30. So there's an update to come here But you do see that with the data that we do have, you are outperforming your private markets benchmarks. And one of the things that you'll notice as we transition to look at the individual pools, starting on page 9, is that your funds that do have more private markets generally are doing a better job against their benchmarks than the funds that don't. Permanent Mineral Trust has the most and also has the best relative performance. It's actually a really good couple of months here, 4.3 versus 3.9, so outperforming by 40 basis points. Also outperforming that 70-30. And just a reminder on that 70-30, there is a reference to the statutory limitation that you have on risk. The statutory limitation is not to exceed the risk of a 70-30 portfolio, which to think of it as a performance benchmark is a little bit of an odd construct when it's the maximum risk you can take, but it's there for illustrative purposes. Fiscal year to date, 10.8, 11%. And as I noted, that's probably a reasonable estimate for where you sit today. Our very preliminary assessment of March for the permanent mineral was a loss of about 3.6%, which it's early to say, but we suspect will rank reasonably well against a universe of other institutional investors in very tough conditions. But probably, given the market rebound in April, likely having recovered substantially all of that. As you go down the list, Common School Permanent Land Fund, as I mentioned, historically coming from a different place with more of an income focus, higher guaranteed income distributions are here. So farther away from those long-term targets in private markets, but making progress towards them. And so that's why the returns are a little bit different still. Workers' compensation up 8.5% fiscal year to date. And that breaks down into the long-term reserve, which shares the same policy targets as the permanent funds, and then their own liability hedging fixed income portfolio. LISRA also made up of some long-term and short-term components, but total LISRA fiscal year to date returns about 8.5% with some nice relative performance. Pool A in a similar position at 8.3, and the long-term liquid funds at 9.5%. State agency pool just under 3, that remains just laddered fixed income. Mr. Chairman, that concludes what I had for prepared comments on this agenda item. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions, Madam
Chairman.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned a little bit on the long-term liquid funds, but that versus LSRA, differences there, why those are different?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, the long-term LSRA and the long-term liquid funds, those actually will eventually be the same. So they share the same policy targets. They are coming from different starting points. So there's a process that the Treasurer's office is currently in to migrate those over time to the same policy targets. But this is actually part of the initiative that you all approved a couple of years ago to try to streamline things a bit and not have so many unique asset allocation pools. But Pool A, the long-term portion of LISRA, and the long-term liquid funds, those are all pointed towards the same policy targets.
Other questions? All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, back on the agenda there. We're looking at asset allocation, Mr. Chairman. This is where we're at. And I guess, RVK, this is your deal here. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, as has been our process for some time now, we We update this once a year. And we followed the same process that we have in prior years. We, as your Chief Investment Officer noted, had a lengthy discussion on this topic with the IFC and at their March meeting. And have before you today a set of recommendations that have come from that process. I will start by telling you the bottom line, which is we recommend one small change, but it's a pretty small change. By and large, we think that the long-term targets that you're working towards remain appropriate. They're highly diversified, and we think that's good. As you know, if we had certainty about what the future holds, we wouldn't want to be diversified. We'd want to be rather concentrated in the assets that we knew would be the best. But since we don't have a time machine and we've got a particularly high degree of uncertainty around economic outcomes and market outcomes right now, I actually think that argues for broader diversification, which you have embraced. You're working your way into also some longer term positions in private equity, private credit, and private real assets. And you're doing that very thoughtfully over a period of a number of years. You're midway through that process. And so the recommendation largely is to stay the course in building out that portfolio with one small change, as I previewed earlier, to the credit portion of the portfolio. And that's actually to broaden the diversification of that part of the portfolio. Page 3 at a high level, just
and just for curiosity's sake and for members of the IFC, I am assuming all of you have had opportunity to look at different projections, different efficient frontiers and other things. Are these predictions relatively consistent across your experience?
Or are you asking the IFC?
Yeah, I'm asking
Yeah,
IFC
yeah,
members.
yeah.
We trust RVK, we absolutely do, but it's always nice to know if somebody else has a different opinion of where the economy is headed, without offense. And Josh, we've known each other for a long time, so not a worry.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I think at the last meeting, you know, we had a chance to look through these assumptions and compare them with those of some of the other kind of large financial institutions, you know, big banks and some of those other things. And I've taken a look at those, and I'd say there's always differences, but broadly, the assumptions that are driving the efficient frontier, I think are relatively consistent with what I've seen elsewhere. I'll let others jump in if they have a different opinion.
Thank you.
Cecilia, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry. I would agree with Steve that in my experience, most people have taken a sort of step down in terms of expectations for the year. So that's why, and the markets generally have been outperforming those expectations. But I think they're quite reasonable assumptions given the uncertainty in the world and the volatility that we have.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, Cecilia actually summarized the year-over-year changes pretty well when she said they've taken a step down. You know, basically last year was a pretty good year. Stocks, especially non-US equities, were up a lot as those valuations rose. That has the effect of diminishing on the margin future expected returns. Bonds also did really well as rates came down, but lower rates means lower yields, which means lower returns in fixed income. So that broadly characterizes the year-over-year changes. Is they're all a little bit lower. Non-US equity in particular, we reduced over last year's assumptions.
I see. And the private credit market's been a little bit troubled, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we actually lowered those by quite a bit as well. Not as a step function of what we're seeing in the headlines. This actually happened well before the current headlines, but just as the the flow of assets have moved into that asset class, we should expect returns that are going to be a bit lower.
Thanks.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move ahead unless there's other questions on the assumptions to just a quick reminder on the peer asset allocations. You know, we review this with you when we do the peer group review once a year. It's just a reminder here, it's not that we have a view that you should be doing what your peers are doing, but it's helpful. It's insightful information to see what others with similar responsibilities are choosing for similar types of funds. These are all U.S. state level permanent funds or school land funds. You see where the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund, these funds are kind of organized from left to right, and it's a little bit hard to tell because we use a couple shades of blue that were too close to each other. But the farther right they are, the more they have in cash and investment grade fixed income.
Mr. Chairman, what page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry, page 18 of this report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Green represents equities, blue represents fixed income, both public and private. Orange represents hedge funds, and purple is hedge funds, and the orange colors are real assets, both real estate and infrastructure. And you can see that you're, as I noted, broadly diversified. And your long-term targets that you're moving towards, they are not exactly on the same as these, but they are most similar to what you see from the Texas Permanent School Fund and the Alaska Permanent Fund on the left side of the page. On page 20, we have, and this is back to the question that the superintendent had a moment ago. This is just a map of the allocations, and you can see that across the top we've got the different owners of assets, and on the left we've got different investment structures. And the top two are the long-term endowment portfolio. That is the long-term target for the long-term permanent funds, and liquid reserves, which is the target for the liquid long-term reserves. And you can see that the X's represent what each of the owners has a stake in. So PMTF has the long-term endowment portfolio, and now reserves are in the liquid reserves. That used to be SAP. As you go across there, this was, again, part of the effort to streamline things a bit, and it's why we actually only have 2 asset allocation studies. You know, when we did this 10 years ago, we had 8 or 9 asset allocation studies. This has allowed us to simplify and focus a little bit more. And with that, I'm going to jump ahead to page 27, which really gets at the heart of the matter in terms of the one recommendation that we do have for some change this year. And this will also be representative of the bulk of the investment policy edits that you'll hear about. And that is a recommendation that you can see at the top of the page here to adjust the focus from just a strategic allocation to the bank loan market to a broader focus on what we're calling multi-asset credit. And you've had this strategic focus on bank loans for a number of years as a dedicated strategic allocation, and it's been really helpful. And part of the reason that you had it was, as you look on the interest rate chart on the bottom of the page, this is showing you short-term interest rates, LIBOR, and then eventually its replacement, the SOFR. You know, your investment team in the Treasurer's office, I think rightfully so, had a concern about the asymmetrical risk of interest rates when rates are at 0. Yes, they could go negative, but that's pretty extreme. And as rates went up dramatically in 2022 and interest rate risk was punished, your portfolios held up tremendously well. This bank loan allocation was a part of why. It's not the only reason why, but it was part of why. Where rates are today, though, it's not the same. we characterize interest rate risk as more symmetrical, not asymmetrical. So part of the case for the bank loan focus just isn't what it was. The other concern that we have is just that, as I noted, spreads are tight. And if you look at page 29, we have observed some downgrade in the overall quality of the bank loan universe. And at the same time, we've observed a bit of an upgrade in the quality of the high yield universe. And we've also observed, as the data on page 30 illustrates, as we get later into the credit cycle, just more and more covenant light debt issuance. And so the case for it as a strategic standalone allocation, instead of the other options, things like high yield bonds, just isn't as strong as it was several years ago. And where we are in the cycle, we like the idea of looking to some managers that can really kind of manage across those below investment grade credit sectors and seek relative value and manage both the interest rate risk that you have in that portfolio, but also the credit risk that you have in that portfolio. And on page 31, it shows you kind of, when we talk about multi-asset credit, what is this? Well, the benchmark that we're recommending to you that we'll get to in a minute is a 50% blend of high yield bonds and bank loans. That sort of home base is a 50-50 allocation of those two. Commonly, though, you will see managers that have some additional flexibility to seek relative value in some other pockets of the market, or to just reduce risk by moving up into investment grade credit. So you'll see some other common sectors include investment grade credit and securitized. And on page 32, we've just taken bank loans and high yield, for example, and on the left highlighted a couple of different environments, whether you've got rising rates, falling rates, inflation, or recession, or stability. And these assets behave differently in different environments. And it's so that additional diversification and that additional flexibility, we think, can be really valuable to this part of your portfolio. This isn't a huge part of your portfolio. It's 3% of the long-term permanent funds. It's 5% of the liquid reserves.
I would note, Josh, that the liquidity stress issue, how does that, I mean, I understand it relates to asset allocation, but how does that, as an aggregate across everything that's got liquidity concerns, how does that measure?
Mr. Chairman, liquidity, I think, is a key. You're right to focus on that as a risk in the system. And these are, bank loans, high yield, these are markets that can have lower liquidity, particularly during periods of stress. And that was, you saw that in the financial crisis. Bank loans were down, I forget the exact numbers, but they might have been down 30% or so. Now they recovered quickly because it was purely a liquidity issue more than a fundamental credit issue. Not that it wasn't both, but so yeah, fully acknowledging that there is some liquidity risk here. We think that this on balance improves liquidity because it gives your manager some more tools to improve liquidity.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Whereas if your mandate is just bank loans, that's all they're going to own.
That's all you have.
That's all they're going to have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing that we've got is that we're in a different area as far as what our government can actually borrow compared to the GFC or COVID. And, if we get in there and the Fed or the government, starts printing too much paper, it'll just drive inflation. So, and that'll happen sooner rather than later in those circumstances. So we've got to be, I'd say, fairly nimble and understand what is going on. because some of these things where they were a good V recovery, you may not get that opportunity without excessive inflation. So, that's, but we're aware of some of the, where the tiger traps or bear traps are. So we just have to really be nimble. And that's where Carl has really embraced the, looking at some of the opportunistic things. And you can see that in the flat-footed edition here just last month. So we're going to, continue to give ourselves, I guess I would say, optionality in no matter what happens in these situations, we'll have something, I think, that will probably outperform substantially, and that's what we're kind of looking at in this. So it's but the team is doing a great job. Carl has been really focused on getting a lot of teamwork and some different things going on. We've got an AI team that's looking at where we want to go. We may need your help basically with ETS because what might work good for the Department of Health will probably not work good for our investment team.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
So I would, with that, point you to page 37 next. And I think the picture is better than the page with all the small numbers. So this is the efficient frontier that we referenced earlier, and it's the green line on the page. The current long-term permanent fund target is the green square that's right next to portfolio 9. And that blue square that's almost completely hidden by it is the effect of this 3% change from bank loans to multi-asset credit. So the effect of the change, if approved, is really small in terms of long-term risk return. And then just as a reminder, you have the interim targets. That's where we currently are in terms of the interim targets for common school, the income-focused funds, the yellow, and the total return, the pinkish color there. And, as I mentioned, there's a multi-year process of pacing into private markets that will get you from where those are today to that long-term target. The bottom half of the page is not really an efficient frontier, but it's just showing you what the expected yields are on these portfolios. Income, as you know, is important still to these funds. You have the reserve fund mechanism to help manage the potential shortfalls in income, but income still matters with your structure. And so we don't do this with a blind eye towards what we expect the natural income from the portfolios to be. And as we would expect, you can see as you move from the left to the right on the efficient frontier, and as you're increasing expected investment returns, that's shifting from assets that have more income to assets that have more growth. And so the yields naturally decline. But at these levels, this is, first of all, the change doesn't really change the income picture. And we'd expect, natural income yields just north of 3%, which is manageable. The spending policies are 5% or closer to 5%. But you do get the benefit of when rebalancing activity creates realized gains, that can also add to that.
And growth also mitigates to some degree.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So that is the recommended changes for the long-term permanent funds. And then I will just show you the exact same thing on page 42 for the liquid reserves. The current in green and the recommended in blue. That's a 5% change here from bank loans to multi-asset credit. And as you would expect, really doesn't change the expected risk and return. The risk level on these is intentionally lower because these reserve funds, if you need to tap them to help fill that gap between income on the portfolio and the spending policy amount, you could see a pretty big draw on these. So that's why they stay liquid. That's why they stay moderately more conservative than the long-term funds.
So the other question that I would have, we implemented a ladder strategy that you referred to a little bit earlier, raising right environment. Certainly things have done that a little bit less clear where we're headed. Was there any conversation as to sort of reflecting on whether that's still the right approach?
The SAP ladder.
Yeah. Not as of yet, Mr. Chairman, not as of yet, but there's certainly something that we're considering as we're looking at implementation of the asset allocation to see whether or not the existing structure still makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my prepared comments on the asset allocation agenda item. Happy to answer questions.
Are there questions? And let me turn it back to the IFC if there's any observations they wanted to add, if there are. We just very much appreciate your diligence on this.
No, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, from my standpoint, I think it's the absolute right thing to do to go to multi-strategy and credit versus sort of being locked in on loans. I mean, historically, the people who've been multi-strat in the kind of market we're in now have versus being with a one-trick pony in an asset class have done much better and have the flexibility to invest across asset classes, whether it's CLO tranches or it's high yield or it's opportunistic trading levels. And I think as you look at what's happening in the market, particularly in credit and the software side, which has gotten a lot of publicity, a lot of that's been in the direct lending funds. Some of it's been in the bank loan funds. The very liquid bank loans that are syndicated bank loans that are trading, or in the different, less liquid portfolios. But overall, I think having that ability is going to benefit the portfolio and making that move to multi-strat credit.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, not a question. I just wanted to echo the sentiment since we have all of the IFC members here. We often say you get what you pay for, and this is actually a case where that is absolutely not true. The free help that you provide to the state of Wyoming is not often thanked, but just know we really appreciate it, and it is invaluable to this program. So thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess I think one of the things, if we're going to be a little bit more nimble and be able to move in some of these situations in this world that seems to have a new paradigm every other week, that I think we're going to look at managers that we may not have a use case, but they got a great track record in their asset allocations or where they're at, and see if we can preload some of those managers. So rather than taking 6 months to get a manager through the process, have some of them teed up to where we can actually make some different, I guess, beers or overweights in different areas. But to do that on a timely basis, if you don't have the people, I guess, ready, if they're not on the shelf, it's hard to take them off the shelf, anything that's not there. So those are one of the things that we're looking at, contemplating and trying to look forward and forecast where we might be headed 6 months or a year from now, and try to get the capacity to do that. And so that's something I think that we want to try contemplating and do a little bit more study on it and probably present that to you sometime later this year.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Very good.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if we move on to the next agenda topic, the investment policy statement, some proposed revisions to the IPS. If I refer the board to the document that's titled Proposed IPS Changes, I would characterize these changes as broadly just minor technical edits to the IPS. The biggest change obviously is reflection at the bottom of the page, is the conversion of the bank loans to the multi-asset credit. Josh and I can certainly go down item by item, but we could also just perhaps open it up if there are specific issues or item on this proposed IPS change that the board would like to discuss.
I don't know what the pleasure of the board is, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't mind kind of going through each of these if we could.
I think that makes, I agree with that, so.
Certainly, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman. So if we go to the top then, what's titled 9.2 floating rate securities. This is, I think, just a reflection that the interest rate market is different. Interest rates are much higher now than they were, say, 3 years ago. And so the reverse floaters are just essentially just another opportunity for the fixed income folks to take advantage of.
Okay.
Next item is just, and also I will also invite Josh to jump in too if I misspoke anything. The next item is the certificate of deposits. Just, yep, there are investment opportunities in CDs, and the team would like to either themselves or have the managers to take advantage of those as they appear. 9.6 margin transactions. So this is just a reflection of technical operations, if you will, of the mortgage-backed securities. So in a number of cases, these are agency mortgage-backed securities. So mortgage-backed securities with implicit guarantee of the government that they don't, the securities themselves aren't necessarily fully packaged and available for delivery upon settlement. And so some of these settlements do extend beyond the T+3, the 3 days after the trading day. So there are times when that could extend even further out. We are still, we expect to receive those securities, and we are still on the hook for delivering cash to purchase those securities. But that is just, there's a technical margin, if you will, by waiting for settlement beyond the 3 days after trading day.
Okay.
11.2 D4, that is just a cleanup of the term. So from private mortgage-backed securities to non-agency mortgage-backed securities. So that would be inclusive of everything outside of agency. 11.2 SAP low duration fixed income. I think as it's stated here is just to provide a broader opportunity set for the trading of securities in SAP. And then finally on the page 1 is just the bank loans, which Josh went to details on the rationale for why the recommendations to convert from bank loans to multi-asset credit. But happy to have further conversation on this if the board would like.
Are there other questions?
And then finally, on the last page, or on page 2, 11.2M, this is just, again, cleaning up of the reference to reverse floaters. That was the first item on the IPS change.
Josh, please.
Mr. Chair, you also have our memorandum in the materials reflecting our confirmation that we've collaborated with both the Treasurer's Office, discussed these with the IFC, and would agree with the characterization that Carl made of mostly pretty minor technical adjustments. From my perspective, this is actually kind of a cool thing to see that you've developed, the Treasurer's Office has developed a really good compliance system. So these are things that happen that are actually being caught, and that's what's driving some of these adjustments to the policy, but indeed kind of small, not anything we would deem very material. And then, as Carl noted, the bulk of the content, the changes that are material, are related to the shift from the policy from bank loans to multi-asset credit and the benchmark along with that.
Great, thank you. A quick question, and Mr. Treasurer or Carl, maybe just your thoughts. We have 3 funds that local governments can make use of Wildstar 1, 2, and 3. Really, the question goes to, are you seeing use of those? Is it use changing? Are there things that we should be particularly aware of?
I do not have information on the flow into Wildstar. Apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Which is okay,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
understand.
apologize. I do not have information flow on the flows into those Wildstar funds, but happy to look into it and follow up with your office later on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just, in general, I think, Mr. Chairman, that with the extra optionality, the options that the local governments have, I think you will see, some migration out of that. And I think we have seen some, but the smaller ones where they don't have the capacity to actually get into that, I think they're going to be fairly sticky, but the larger ones will probably try to put their toe in the water and see whether it's deep or not.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I think my notion here in sort of asking this is just the two acknowledgements. One is this is a service that we provide. Second, people use it at their own risk, but just highlighting that this is done. So, thank you.
There's the simple things that a lot of those folks don't understand is duration and different things like that on bonds, and that, when interest, if you got a 2% bond and interest rates go up, the price underlying value of your bond goes down. That's, first day, first grade. But a lot of people don't know first day, first grade. So they have, you have to basically give them a little bit of knowledge once in a while, how these things work. It's kind of unusual during that one time period where both stocks and bonds went down at the same time. Normally you get they're not correlated, but in those circumstances, people begin to wonder, and second guess. But essentially it's market driven. All of those things are market driven, but some people don't understand, the first day, first grade things.
Yeah. And Mr. Treasurer, these are compared to the time when I came into the Treasurer's office where local government funds were underwater real. This is a market improvement. I thank your office for doing that and the legislature for expanding.
Well, it's a lot of it are the people that are in those chairs, and every time somebody leaves, we upgrade. So
yeah,
that's a nice thing that happens in our shop.
Thanks. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may have a parting remark. Again, these changes are mostly technical, and I think that is all we're going to recommend at the next board meeting. But just as a preview of coming attractions, I've only been with the organization for a few months, and certainly didn't want to come in and start rocking the boat willy-nilly. But part of my task is to revise and review and revise perhaps the IPS for 2027. It is just broadly a very long document, I think, compared to some of our peers. It may be by design overly prescriptive, but maybe also that's worth considering. And then as well as the asset allocation, it's we do review it every year, but having a formal board approval every year of asset allocation may be worth considering whether or not that's necessary. So I think just broad philosophically, just maybe looking at if there are some ways we could make this IPS a more streamlined a document that maybe better reflect the policy objectives of the board.
And Carl, I appreciate that. It is a very long document compared to most IPSs, but I think it reflects some history, number one, and I, for one, think it is valuable to revisit the IPS on a regular basis. But that's just my opinion. So.
I think, Mr. Chairman, as long as the board has the input that they do into it, it's good to have some annual educational mechanism. I guess it suits that purpose. The utility as far as actually investing probably isn't there, but the educational process is I think warranted, whether it's through this or through some other mechanism. That's something we may have a discussion on later.
Sure, and that's great, Mr. Treasurer. You know, when we implemented this working session way back when, it was with the hope that the legislature, which is given to appropriating the money, would understand what the income would be, and that might inform their decisions somewhat. So,
Mr. Chairman, and the legislature has gone, into investing the money also and putting it in different areas that they feel are necessary. So, we tried that. We had 15 people out of the 93 actually show up to a 3-hour presentation that we gave to the legislators 2 years ago. So unless the leadership makes that mandatory, and include maybe the retirement system, that probably we're going to still have those guys, essentially in a hot air balloon, flying blind.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's always an honor and a privilege to present to this board. Appreciate your time today.
Are there any other comments, questions? Yeah, but please,
Apologies,
Carl.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just the last item on the agenda is the performance benchmarks. Is just a one pager, again, reflection of the change of if the bank loans portfolio conversion that to multi-asset credit is approved, then there is a related change in the benchmark as well.
Any questions, Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're not making any formal action today, correct? Based on the changes here.
Madam Superintendent, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Madam Superintendent, I think these will come before us in June. Any other comments, questions? From the IFC, thank you very, very much. Any comments or questions, color that you'd like to add?
Nothing on my end. Thank you for the time and for letting us be a part of this.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you again for your efforts in this. It's a wonderful program that the treasurer gets to work with. So thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Director, I think we'll move to the next item. Is that correct? The secretary's asked for a break for 10 minutes. So we'll do that. Thank you. We'll be back, let's say 9:15. That's a good benchmark. Thanks. Okay, we can start the preamble a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is item B1. This is revisiting unmet housing needs grant program. As a reminder, this was a board matter that came before the board at your last meeting on April 2nd, 2026. This matter was tabled. And so the recommendation from the office would be to take from the table and resume consideration of board matter I3 from that April 2nd, 2026 meeting. You'll notice in your board matter, there is a list of the discussion at that time. The board doesn't necessarily have to use that, but for your reference, those were the amounts that had been suggested at the time that the matter was tabled. Additionally, there are the former recommendations that were provided to the board as this matter was initially considered. I will also note during the conversation about this board matter, there were some entities that asked to withdraw, and there has been one that has asked to remain in consideration. During the time of discussion, Albany County and the town of Sundance had requested to be withdrawn from consideration. The town of Meeteetse had previously requested to be withdrawn from consideration, but has since asked to maintain consideration by the board in your conversation today. So the first item before discussing it would be to take this matter from the table.
Thank you, Madam Director. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move to take item I3 from the prior meeting from the table for our consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The matter is before us again. Open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to be able to discuss this again from our last meeting. In the last few weeks, I've worked with the Trump administration to ensure that we're aligned to their vision of the future of housing benefits. And really with this intent that we ensure that, Wyoming taxpayer dollars are not benefiting through these programs to illegal immigrants. And so I've shared around a potential condition of the grant that mirrors federal language. And after consultation with Housing and Urban Development at the federal level, and really appreciate Deputy Secretary's guidance and discussion on this. And so this could be a condition either globally that we apply before we move through each application. It does relate to housing versus infrastructure. As is seen in there, would require the verification and documentation of those residing in units or that initial purchaser to utilize the SAVE program and then to report annually to OSLI. Happy to read that and would discuss with the board how we want to move if we put that as a condition that would just apply to housing or if we go one by one.
So Madam Superintendent, are you suggesting this as a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I am.
And so you would put it as an amendment to whatever we get here?
To the
Is that
grant, correct.
Okay. All right. If there's no objection, I'm happy to consider this, if that makes sense. Is there?
So, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, is the proposal to, just to be very clear, the proposal would be to apply this to any money that we put out?
I think, please, Madam Superintendent, if you want to be responsive.
Mr. Chairman, and I also didn't mention that we also worked with the AG's office on this, and so want to thank Mr. Peters and Ms. Gamble for their assistance with this. So I think we could go either way. I mean, this is specifically for housing funded, and so infrastructure would not apply to this. And so I would move it either one by one as we approve them. I think the easiest, cleanest way would be to apply it as a condition of the grant, and that would then be applicable to those that are housing.
Is that meet with others' expectations? Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wish, this was something we brought to the last meeting. The motion I was going to bring was very similar to this, except it had the Office of State Lands and Investments running it. I guess you went ahead and recognized the superintendent first, so that's fine. I mean, we can go ahead with this, but I I think the Office of State Lands and Investments should administer this, but yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty basic. This is what it's just proof of citizenship for attaining the public benefit. It should be common sense, and it should be on these projects. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I think it's more than proof of citizenship. I think it's or eligible under Section 214, and that's the resident aliens, which there's about 10,000 in the state. Am I correct in that?
Madam Superintendent, you want to?
Mr. Chairman,
Respond to
Mr. Treasurer, I'm not sure on numbers. This was in speaking with the Trump administration, this is language that they recommended, and what they're referring to is Section 214 of the Act,
Yeah.
which includes U.S. citizens or those eligible aliens.
Yeah, I guess I got a question for the secretary. You know, he had his characterization was a carefully crafted amendment to put on this that only had U.S. citizens. I'm wondering, Mr. Secretary, when you were aware that resident aliens were part of our constitutional protections for property rights?
And I want to be careful that we don't get too far off track, so I'll allow a limited exchange on this.
But I just wanted to make sure that this is constitutional, and the AG could probably opine on that there are resident aliens, but the first rendition that we had from the Secretary's State's office was, black and white unconstitutional.
And I appreciate it, Mr. Treasurer. I guess my view here is we've got this in front of us. It does lack a second, but we don't actually a main motion yet either. So I'm thinking we're dealing with the matter that's before us.
Yeah, we're getting close to legislating with this. There's a broad, as determined by this board, language in the amendment. So I think it allows us to go anywhere except where we don't have a scope of duties. I'm not sure whether this is in our scope of duties, and I'd ask the Attorney General's office to tell us whether what it is or is not in our scope of duties.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peters or Ms. Campbell, and whichever.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Peters at the Attorney General's office. What you have before you today is our proposals. There was an appropriation from the legislature to award grant funds for the purposes of infrastructure for unmet housing needs as determined by the board. The appropriation language was pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Mr. Treasurer, you did correctly note, unmet housing needs as determined by the Office of State Lands and Investments. I guess, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if the board would like to discuss the specific proposal or maybe some of the possible parameters, certainly happy to do so. I think that discussion may be appropriate in executive session if the board is inclined to do that. But I think any advice probably is best reserved for an executive session.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the treasurer brings up a good thing here, and this is why it would have been nice to have gotten this beforehand. I mean, this eligible under Section 214 is tricky language that I think is trying to bootstrap it to resident aliens. Now that I look at it a little closer, that was not in our motion. And so that is problematic in my mind. And I don't think there's anything unconstitutional about restricting resident aliens from receiving a state housing benefit. And happy to get into that more here. And I really don't think we should go into executive session. I think we should debate this out in the open. This tactic of using executive session to hide the discussion, I think, is not good. And so I think this is an important discussion, and thanks for catching that, Treasurer. I mean, that's why I'll go ahead and hand out my motion. It would have been nice if we could have worked on this together, but yeah, I'll go ahead and hand it out.
Hold on just a sec. Mr. Peters, it seems to me an appropriate question is, I think what the treasurer was asking was the scope of the legislation and whether, you know, we can apply conditions. I think we can talk about more specific aspects, and if there are areas that are particularly that are going to expose the state or others, that probably is something we.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer that and provide some guidance on that. So as I mentioned, all we have for purposes of this grant funding is the language in the appropriation. So what we'd be looking to is whether the board has the authority to impose this grant condition on there. So whether we would look to whether there was express authority or implied authority to do so. Implied authority would be that authority that's reasonably necessary to carry out the express authority. So whether, you know, as it relates to grant conditions on there, you know, the question would be whether that falls within this board's implied authority. And I'm happy to, you know, provide further guidance on that if the board would like, or have a more thorough discussion on that. But I think that's ultimately sort of the question that the treasurer is presenting.
Thank you. And Mr. Treasurer, I recognize you.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of things. One for Mr. Peters is that you said that is this necessary to carry out providing for what I'll finish out the needs of unmet housing needs, or is it not necessary for that? To me, I don't believe it's necessary, you know, to dispense houses, you know, I mean, dispense funds and do that in the first place. But that being said, you know, the other question I have is that could you pull up on your laptop and I guess read the section of the Constitution? I think it might be Article 1, Section 29, or I'm not sure, but it's basically the protection that we have constitutionally. And I'm sure the secretary knows that, because I think House Bill 117 had it was a resolution to actually modify that last session that did not get introduction in the House. So, you know, it's been on the radar. It's been in the public domain, and that there is protection for resident aliens, and it's a constitution. And so, could you, I guess, impart a little bit of knowledge so it'll refresh the secretary's memory?
And I want to be mindful about the course of this discussion. So you may answer the question, but I do want to get back to the meat of what we're talking about today. So please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you are correct that there is a provision in the Wyoming Constitution. It's Article 1, Section 29, that provides no distinction shall ever be made by law between resident aliens and citizens as to the possession, taxation, enjoyment, and descent of property. Again, if there's any questions about sort of the applicability of that provision, I'm happy to opine on that. But again, I think that would probably be appropriate for a discussion in executive session.
Yeah. And hold on just a second. Mr. Secretary had asked to pass out his motion. And I think it's appropriate to have options here. Did you pass one to the
Yeah, I did.
superintendent? Okay, please.
There's
go ahead.
actually two. Mr. Chairman, you know, I just want to debunk that these claims on this provision of the Constitution. It says that no distinction shall ever be made by law between resident aliens and citizens as to the possession, taxation, enjoyment, and descent of property. Does not refer to a benefit, a monetary benefit that is being provided. So it's very distinct from what is referred in Section 1, Article 1, Section 29 of the Constitution. And a plain reading of that section, it's very clear, Treasurer, that that's referring to being able to attain property, not to attaining a public benefit that is attached that is discretionary from the government. So it's a very different situation.
Well,
And Mr. Treasurer, I'm going to go back to what we talked about the other time. Please let the chair recognize you.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, you know, if that were the case, then resident aliens who were legally in the state couldn't drive on a public highway because that would be a benefit. So I think that it lacks continuity to the point in the Constitution where it says enjoyment. So an enjoyment of a property is a benefit, and it says that property can be enjoyed. So if somebody receives a benefit and they receive enjoyment because they want a roof over their head, then I think that this section does apply to either the superintendent's amendment, and certainly I think as yours is set out, is that it doesn't apply to resident aliens, and that is in the Constitution, the enjoyment. So why can't, if it's a benefit and it's enjoyed, it does apply.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to make a formal motion?
Yeah, I actually was thinking about that. I'm wondering, you know, we often tend to pass the director's recommendations, and I'm thinking you're sort of talking about either segregating or others with, if the board feels appropriate, it seems proper to me to at least have this issue resolved. So I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that as a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that individuals residing in or the initial purchasers of the housing funded by this grant are U.S. citizens or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, or SAVE program, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second for that motion?
Mr. Chairman, for discussion purposes, I will second the amendment. Just a heads up, I do intend to vote no because I prefer applying it going one by one.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, thank you for the second, by the way, Madam Honor.
Yeah, could I get a little discussion about the one by one? Perhaps this can be amended to in an area that would be more specific to the auditor's liking.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the question, Treasurer. My thought process is, and I appreciate everybody working on this, and I think it's allowed me to have some really good conversations with some of the applicants as well and really understand their projects better. And some of the projects are similar to each other, but a lot are different or unique. And while this amendment or a similar amendment may be appropriate for some of them, I do not feel it is appropriate on some of the straight, pure infrastructure projects, for example, roads only or sewer lines only. And I want to make the applicant's tasks and reporting obligations as clean as possible, and I want their understanding to be clear. So I only want to apply this where necessary, which is why I will vote no on it for a blanket application.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't disagree with the auditor on that. I think inherently this becomes just based on housing rather than infrastructure, and perhaps an amendment to this could be for non-infrastructure projects.
And Madam Superintendent, if I read this correctly, it says the housing funded by this grant?
Correct. And so, Mr. Chairman, thus, it applying to housing rather than infrastructure projects.
And so to the seconder, does that address your concern?
Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I may need 30 seconds to think about it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman.
And I'm going to recognize the
Mhm.
treasurer and then I'll recognize you. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer.
there was an area in there where I think that I like the part that says initial purchases, but we say to verify that individuals are residing in. I think that is a burdensome requirement from the standpoint of having the grantee check and have an enforcement mechanism to check to see who is living in a house essentially every day of the year, you know. So I'm thinking of some language that would say that individuals applying for occupancy or an initial purchase of housing. And I think that would get it to where it was at the application area and wouldn't be a burdensome thing. And then looking at, you know, the possible, you have 10,000 of those folks that are out there that are, you know, I think it was 3,000 are actually green card, 3,000 to 4,000 are green card, and the other ones are more temporary resident aliens. So, you know, it's a substantial amount of people in that regard, but those are only going to be good until, you know, the visa runs out or that runs out. And it's interesting that the real ID, if you include what the legislators did in the last one to include valid real IDs, it's almost exactly the same as the SAVE program. And so I think there's a little bit of leeway there. So we can look at a more, I guess, local robust thing rather than a federal program. But either one, I think, would be sufficient. But something along the lines of making sure that this was an initial thing in the rental. And if the unit was rented 4 times a year, you would have 4, you know, basically document checks. And if they have a real ID, that's a real easy document check for somebody's renting rather than having to get online and go to the SAVE program. So just trying to look at the implementation of it to make sure that it's functional and not too cumbersome.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment would be to delete or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980, which would put it in alignment with the intent of our original motion, which was that this should require a citizenship requirement and the state benefit should not go to resident aliens. So the amendment is to delete or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry that fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent and Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a bit in response to the treasurer's questions around SAVE or other items, and also referring to Section 214. Again, both of those things are meant to be in alignment with the federal programs. And both of those things were referenced to me directly by senior officials within the Trump administration and supported on their end. And so that's in alignment with their priorities and where they're moving forward. That includes Section 214 as well as the SAVE program.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 proposed amendments that, and just speaking personally, may allow me to get comfortable with applying this. I'm happy to read them, or if I I know there's always concerns with crafting on the fly. I'm happy to go type them up if we need a few minutes, whatever. I have them ready, but whatever your preference would be.
Why don't you read them and then we can kind of think if we need them in
Okay.
written form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the First Amendment, and I'll do my best to read it in. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that, and then I will insert the individual applying to rent or the initial purchaser of, comma, any housing. And then it would go into funded. So what would be struck from the original amendment is individuals residing in or the initial purchasers of the.
Okay.
I'll read that one more time, how it would read cleanly. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that the individual applying to rent or the initial purchaser of any housing funded by this grant, and then on into the rest of the amendment.
Okay, and just for, I'm assuming both of your amendments are kind of a suite of amendments?
No, they're
They're
quite
separate.
separate.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to ask,
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
okay, that motion has been seconded.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to ensure that applying to rent then would cover those who are approved to rent. Just in a case where, right, someone could apply, but then they grant to someone who perhaps didn't apply. I just want to make sure that we're covering the bases there.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, good point. Would perhaps changing applying,
To approved.
to approved, that's a good catch, Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
perhaps applying to or approved to, applying or approved to.
Okay.
Is that a friendly then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, friendly.
Okay, that is what is before us. I know we have further comments on that. Any? If there are none, all in favor signify by saying aye for the amendment to the amendment.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Madam Auditor, I believe you had a second amendment proposed.
I do, Mr. Chairman, and this is going to deal with the last sentence. And I'll read it again. I'll read it in as best as I can. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the systematic alien verification system for entitlements, SAVE program, and then this is where my amendment starts, or other system that provides equivalent verification as approved by the board, comma. And then it would go back into the original amendment and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments. And if I get a second, I'll explain my thinking and some of my research there so
I'd
far.
second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been seconded. Please.
I'll read it one more time. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the systematic alien verification for entitlements, SAVE program, or other system that provides equivalent verification as approved by the board, comma.
Okay. Are there comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had a lot of good conversations with some of the applicants and done some research in my own office about what systems are currently being used now in for verifications such as this. The SAVE program absolutely does this job. And it's my understanding that local governments are able to get signed up for that and the cost is free to government. So I did check that. However, there are other systems that also get to the same end that local governments may already be using. I hate to list anything out individually because I think there's a couple good options that would work. For example, the state of Wyoming uses a system called E-Verify, which is available to all governments and all employees to verify essentially that individuals are legal to work. And that is very slick and easy as well. I'm not saying that's the right system. I've also spoke with a couple applicants who are already using certain systems for verification where they have subsidized housing. I would note we're not funding any subsidized housing. However, some of those systems do the same thing. So my thought process is, and again, I'm trying to balance our responsibility with burden on OSLI and the applicant. You know, the initial thing is go get signed up for SAVE. It should work. If you have another system, come to us and say, hey, we use E-Verify. Is that going to work? So that's my thought process with this amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be a no on this amendment to the amendment. I am pretty set on using the SAVE program and being aligned to Department of Homeland Security. So I'll be a no on this.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a significant watering down of what has already been watered down quite a bit with the superintendent's motion with allowing the resident aliens. And so I think that we definitely need to be using the SAVE database. These other databases, don't know what they are. I don't know how they're going to come to the board and get approval. I mean, the SAVE database has really been stood up by the Trump administration and made quite strong. So I think we should stick with that. So I'm a no on this amendment.
Further
Mr. Chairman.
comment, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, so I did a little bit sleuthing, I guess, and looked at what the SAVE program used as far as the documentation that they use to document that people are U.S. citizens. And essentially, it's almost exactly word for word what we use to document our real ID. You know, what the real ID does and both the SAVE does is that it's your birth certificates, your passport. If you're born overseas to a military person, there's a special form there. For an ambassador, there's a special form there. If you're born to U.S. citizens overseas, all of those things are almost line for line the same as far as the documents in both those programs. So, yeah, and E-Verify, I would think that they probably use the same thing that everybody uses to document that you're a citizen and you're from what country and your country of origin. It's fairly uniform, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, to that point, I think that this necessarily doesn't water it down. It just allows a different mechanism for essentially the same. Now, the real ID is necessarily aren't used to determine whether it's citizenship or whether you're a resident alien but both of them have the same documentation as far as determining who that person is. So whoever is on that documentation on the ID is valid from the standpoint of who the individual is. So and because this is in compliance with our Constitution, including residents, aliens for the enjoyment of property, then real ID, as long as it's a valid real ID. And the legislature made it clear is that the 19 states that are issuing licenses to undocumented individuals are essentially, it's not a valid license. And so as long as it's a valid license, which means that it's not issued by any of those 19 states or the District of Columbia, those people are essentially verboten, and that's fine with me, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, sensing that we might be getting closer to a vote, I would just note, I think with these adjustments, I can support this as an amendment to all of the funds that we grant later today. But I would again note and clarify and re-clarify that this only applies to funds that are used directly for housing.
Okay. Okay, so we're back on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, question's been called. All in favor? And do you want to read it one more time, just so people are clear about what it is? Thank you, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that the individual applying or approved to rent or the initial purchaser of any housing funded by this grant are U.S. citizens or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, SAVE program, or other system that provides equivalent verification as approved by the board, comma, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments, period.
And to be clear, we're only voting on what came after the or other system. That, because we have not passed your amendment to the amendment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay,
I guess you're correct.
Yep.
We're still on my amendment.
your amendment to the amendment, right. So, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
I'm going to be a no on that. I'll explain my reason. I appreciate the intent, and I think it makes a lot of sense. What I'm concerned about is the open-endedness of other system. I'm not sure how we define that, and I think without having some definition to that, it makes this more cumbersome. Madam Auditor, I thank you. All right, so we're back on the full motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
if you're concerned about the open nature of it, then we need a laundry list. I would add a valid real ID as defined by Wyoming law, and a E-Verify. And so then that takes the open-ended part of it out rather than saying other systems, but it does give some flexibility, and I think provides for you know, and I think an easy way for people to actually rent a facility rather than going online and going through that process.
So if I understand your motions, Mr. Treasurer, it would be or valid real ID or E-Verify.
Yeah. And then at
Is
the
that-
end of it, Mr. Chairman, I'd have a catch-all that this section is subject to the Wyoming Constitution and Wyoming state law.
I'm going to recommend we split those
Okay, that's fine.
amendments,
Yeah.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
So coming back to the valid real ID and E-Verify amendment to the amendment. Is there further discussion?
I'll second it if we would.
Oh,
Like a
thank
second
you.
on it?
See, you caught me. There we go. Thank you. It's seconded.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Auditor.
and just to note, E-Verify is not a private system. It's put out by the Department of Homeland Security. So it is a federal system that confirms eligibility status. So I just want to clarify that it's not a private company or hokey or anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, could we have clarification on what exactly we're voting on? I've largely been always required to submit a written motion by the chairman, and, you know, I was fine with some of the stuff previously, but now we've got these conceptual motions, and I don't know exactly where we're at on this. So can
Okay,
the
Mr.
chairman state exactly what we're voting on and what has been seconded?
So I think after, this would be in the final phrase, to verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the systemic alien verification for entitlements or SAVE program, or valid real ID or E-Verify, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, put in our Oxford comma before the and.
Okay. Good catch. So I think that's what the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, how do we know that E-Verify and Real ID are meeting the qualifications of the first sentence? Has that research been done to make sure that there aren't any loopholes where individuals that do not meet the qualifications in the first sentence are able to attain verification in either of those systems? Because I don't know 100%. I mean, this is just being added as an amendment. And until we're 100%, I don't think we should be adding these other systems as a method of verification for the first sentence that, you know, we don't know for sure that it actually does that. Because there's all sorts of exceptions on these programs. SAVE is a do not pass go, we're good, because of the way the administration has handled SAVE. But the other ones have a lot of qualifiers. There's a lot of participation with blue states that get around a lot of the requirements. And so has that research been done, is my question.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll have the treasurer and then the auditor.
But just real quick, you know, the legislature did all that research and they found out that there were 19 states that basically allowed for licenses to be issued to undocumented people. And so they changed our licensing, our driver's licensing law to in areas where laws or where your license is suspended or revoked. They added the term invalid. And so an invalid license is basically a driver's license that and it's gone into effect, I think, of fiscal year, this fiscal year, that the Highway Patrol no longer recognizes those licenses, and anybody caught driving with one of those licenses is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable up to $750. So that the legislature basically are ahead of the game, and to the extent that it's in, you know, Wyoming's law in that area, we're just tagging on that definition of an invalid real ID, that it has to be a valid real ID. And so all the blue states and all these people that we both, Mr. Secretary, I think have some angst about, the legislature has already addressed that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I think when you summarized the treasurer's motion, you may have missed that it had to be a Wyoming real ID
Yeah.
to control for some
fair
of
enough.
that.
A valid Wyoming real ID.
Yes.
Valid real Wyoming ID. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion? Further discussion.
And Mr. Chairman, that would, the other states, the 31 states or whatever it is that have that same characteristic that Wyoming does, you know, of not issuing license to undocumented aliens, they would basically be okay too. Because when you're looking at this for housing, you're going to have people come from out of state that are going to need to get into a house, you know, that so they can actually work in our economy. And so this provides for that. but it doesn't provide for the blue states.
All right, I think the motion, again, so that we know what it is after entitlement save program or valid Wyoming real ID or E-Verify. Is that
I think it would be
understood?
valid real ID or, a real ID equivalent to a valid Wyoming.
So to the secretary's point, perhaps, Mr. Treasurer, we can take a moment and kind of work that language so we know exactly what we have.
I
So-
think it's the same equivalent, the word equivalent to a valid Wyoming real ID.
Mr. Peters, just your color on or equivalent to a valid Wyoming real ID.
You could say
That-
issued in the United States. So I'm going to get down to it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's the difficulty of what or equivalent to a valid Wyoming real ID is. I mean, the or equivalent, there wouldn't be any other Wyoming equivalent if you're trying to capture a real ID issued by another state. I think that's maybe a little bit different than an equivalent to a Wyoming real ID.
That's my concern, which Mr. Treasurer is why.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I think we just say valid Wyoming ID because there's two other pathways to go. And so this would make it maybe yeah, let's forget the equivalency but just say valid Wyoming real ID.
So to the secretary's point, I think we have a number of ideas floating in the ether here.
Yeah.
So perhaps it can be committed to paper and passed.
Okay.
Sorry. We can take a little bit of time to do that.
Well, you got it right there. Okay. Because we just take out other systems and stick those two into. Okay, we got it.
Let me go ahead and put mine in here real quick.
Okay, so we go over here where Christie was after the program.
How's everything
Insert
going?
comma.
Good. It's
E-Verify,
been an interesting
comma,
few days.
a valid Wyoming
Yeah.
real ID.
A lot going on.
Add E-Verify and a valid Wyoming real ID.
So that is the motion. And is it seconded?
I seconded it.
It is seconded. It's a little different from the original. That's why I
Yeah,
want to make
it
sure.
put some sideboards on it, Mr.
And if you
Chairman.
wanna wait for paper.
Okay, let's do that.
Paper. Huge paper guy.
Does this, as it's written, properly reflect the motion and the intent? Is that true for the seconder? Okay. So you have the final sentence of the original, now amended amendment to verify eligibility. Grantees must utilize the Systemic Alien Verification for Entitlements SAVE program, comma, E-Verify, comma, or a valid Wyoming Real ID, comma, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments. That is the amendment to the amendment to, excuse me, you have the amendment to the amended amendment. Is that understood by all? Is there discussion? Is there discussion?
Has it been seconded? I guess.
It has been seconded. Yeah, yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
I'm going to be an aye on this one. I think that restricts the limits to that. Okay?
Mr. Chairman?
That motion, that amendment to the amended amendment now passes.
We spent a great deal of time on this, and I think that it essentially, good business practices are, if you're going to rent to somebody, you're going to look at what is now a real valid ID. And good business practices say that if you're going to do a loan, the banker's going to ask you for your ID, so they know who you are. And, or if you're going to buy a property, the same thing. So all these things already occur. You know, what we have done here is that we did say as a condition, good business practices are going to be, prevail, which I think they always will. So the normal course of things don't change, which I appreciate that from the standpoint that one of the things that I've always tried to do is make sure that if I do something that the best kind of government is one when a citizen can wake up and he or she doesn't have to think about what the government's going to do to them today. And so I think that we've got there, that we don't have to worry about, the 99.9% of the people in Wyoming that aren't, illegal aliens have to change their daily life or go about a system that is so cumbersome that it interferes with actually renting or buying a house. So I think we've got to that with using the real ID. So I'm comfortable with that from that standpoint, Mr. Chairman. And I think we're probably back where we should be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Okay,
I just handed it out. So this is to try to help provide some order in what has become pretty watered down. So the amendment would strike the entirety of where we're at and replace it with the following. So we strike where we're at and we replace it with the following. As a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for the Office of State Lands and Investments to verify that the beneficiary of any housing made available as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States, including any tenants, occupants, or first-time buyers of any affordable housing made possible by this application. In order to verify and ensure that each beneficiary afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investment shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board upon verification of the initial beneficiary afforded housing as a result of this application.
okay, thank you. It's a substitute motion, a
Yes.
substitute amendment. All right, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? One more time. Is there a second? I'm sorry, Mr. Treasurer, your suggested substitute fails for lack of a second. Okay. All right. Mr. Way?
You called him, you said the treasurer motion didn't get a second.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies. All right. Thank you. Is there a further?
Just, I'd say that this amendment does not violate the Constitution or our oath of office because it does allow resident aliens.
So that's not a necessary motion. It's just a statement. Okay. Very good. Is there please go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
I do want to clarify, this motion does not facially allow resident aliens. The vote on the final motions will on the projects, but this is just providing a condition. And so, while I want to get the citizenship verification on, I'm doing all I can to fix the resident alien part. But this does get the verification of citizenship in there as weakened as it has been. But the actual providing of the resident aliens will be on the final motion on the funding. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we have an amendment. I believe the intent is to attach this to each of the housing, or this applies to the bulk of the issues here, but it is conditioned upon, not conditioned, restricted to housing due to the language in it. So we have both infrastructure and housing. Is that correct, Madam Director?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would categorize this as a motion as amended that is global, noting that it only applies to housing.
And that's why you're director. Thank you. Very good. All right. Now we're back on the matter before us.
So we'll need a final vote on this global motion as it has been.
You good point. Yes. All right. So,
I think it's been,
okay. It was already seconded, but we can do it again. So that's how we got to the
Okay, all right.
process. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The original motion has been properly moved
Seconded.
by the superintendent, I believe seconded by the auditor,
Right.
and then correctly
we are-
amended. So now we're just back
All right.
to a vote on.
So we are on the amended motion. Global motion. Any discussion?
I just restate, Mr. Chairman, that it is constitutional because it provides resident aliens in there. And anything that didn't have what was in the Constitution necessarily would be a violation of our oath of office to support, obey, and defend the Constitution.
Very good. Further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You now may continue consideration of the funding request.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might propose that we vote individually on projects, but maybe note some, and can make some motions based on that. I think we can break down infrastructure versus housing or go about them all together. However you'd like to proceed.
I'm happy to vote on them individually if that makes sense. I do think probably group them. And so do you have a suggested grouping? Okay.
I think we better wait.
Yeah. I'm going to just ask for the grouping and then we can take a little bit of a pause. So. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. With apologies to the people in the audience here, we're going to wait till we have a full quorum. whenever our good treasurer comes back. Projects, and we'll try to take them in order if they have an interest, but we have a little bit of time now if there's just sort of generalized comments that people want to make. And I appreciate you all sitting here through this process, and apologize it's taking a little bit longer than maybe you anticipated. But if there are sort of generalized comments, now would be a good time. And if there aren't, we'll try to, oh, yeah, please come on up. No, this is, yeah. Yep, please, and then just identify yourself for the record and.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time. My name is Chris Rodkey. I'm a Pavilion resident. We've been here in Wyoming for about 9 years or so, Du Bois and Pavilion. Mr. Chairman, you were part of a session in Lander where I brought up a few points along the lines of transparency and accountability. As I dove into, for Fremont County anyway, the half-cent and the 1 cent tax initiatives and where those monies were going into which entities, along with reviewing some of the WBC projects that I received documentation from via public records requests, and then specifically to a Du Bois project for the unmet housing needs. And then generally, the team here helped me grab some of the documents.
Mr. Treasurer, this is Mr. Rodkey. He's offering generalized comments. He's talking about Du Bois and Pavilion.
No, not just Du Bois, Fremont County, a slew of WBC projects and others that I and others have dug into. And to be frank, we are alarmed at the level of mismanagement and abuse across many of these projects and programs. I've got detail here. I won't bore you with some of it. We've had some other conversations, but I wanted to bring some general thoughts to the process here. And thank you. You almost walked into verifying one of my key concerns, and that is public engagement. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for pulling this in prior to the vote. It's been our experience that at the county commissioner and town level, a ton of information is learned by those making decisions, tweaks to projects, tweaks to approaches, how much money, what it's going to be spent on, is gained when the public is fully and properly and openly engaged. But I digress a little bit. Prior to almost retiring in Wyoming, I worked decades in large program management with large corporations. And so as I looked at these things, many key tenets stood out. Three of them. Less is more. Stakeholder engagement is critical, and don't handle flat tires like you would economic development projects. I'll explain that here in a second. The less is more. I see, especially with decision making across these programs, we get a lot of people with a lot of interest and a lot of expertise, and they've got their fingers in a lot of areas. We've got committees, we've got agencies. There's just a ton of people involved. There's a tool called RASCI, Responsible, Accountable, Supported, Consulted, and Informed. And those players should be categorized. The point here is that you can streamline the process and get more information to the right people, to the decision makers. We'll follow up on that here in a second. But I think you get faster. I think you get faster to a place where monies are put in the right place and for the right reasons. The stakeholder engagement aspect of this with the public is nearly non-existent. We talked to Lander about different avenues and portals and things to get into. They're extremely difficult. You can't get to what you need to get to easily. What's missing is proactive public engagement. In all the meetings I've witnessed across all the funding discussions across the last 18 months or so, rarely did a board member, commissioner, mayor, anyone else insist on an accounting of how much public engagement was done, how they did it, what were the results, and what were the negative comments and resistance to a project, and how did the program team address those? Rarely. I can count on a couple fingers that that's happened, and we're talking about 100 many programs. So there just is not a focus on getting the public, whose money this is, engaged in the process up front. Understanding what taxpayer funds are in play, who is vying for them, where are the documents and the details and how to get to them, how does one make comment? All of that is extremely difficult for the average citizen to do. I'm not average in that manner, but I can assure you this is one of the most difficult processes to get a public records request. Once you find the right person, they're very helpful and you get what you need, but getting to that information is very, very difficult. I know more about Frontier Days when it's coming up than I do about tens of millions of dollars of our taxpayer money being spent on different projects. Shouldn't be that way. Anyway, getting the taxpayer or the public comments in, you'll learn a lot and you'll have better programs. Flat tires, it's a term from some program management work where, hey, we just need to do this. And these are the infrastructure projects that have been pushed in here. You've got a mix of things, and it confuses some of the decision making and some of the discussion and how to apply this and how to apply that. Our suggestion is that those are completely separate. So, for instance, I know nothing's going to change here now, this cycle, but going forward, for instance, unmet housing needs. Let's focus on the merits of how do we get somebody into a home under housing that needs that assistance, and not worried about the millions of dollars to put sewer, water, and streets into an entire subdivision. It'll simplify and streamline how to get a few things over the goal line and help individuals. Lastly, in closing, and after reviewing the 22 projects, kind of bringing it home here to today's topic, in my humble opinion, you've got a team of directors and staff here who made good recommendations. They're very knowledgeable in what they're doing. They're very close to these projects. Their list of 5 projects isn't perfect, but it's good. And their recommendations would push projects over the goal line. As I watched the April 2nd meeting, and now I feel it's going to happen again. We're gonna move some sand around and move some dollars. Spreading the money thinly as you did on April 2nd risks trying to make a lot of people a little bit happy, while you're not going to make very many people fully satisfied, nor are you going to be able to show the taxpayer, hey, here's 3 homes that we built. Here's 3 public servants that we're trying to hire that need a shot in the arm and to get housing to support a town. That's it. Thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
Mr. Secretary.
I appreciate you coming down and appreciate your comments and wanted to delve a little bit into what you discuss on public engagement. What are some of your ideas on these sorts of things, and generally as well on how we break the dishonesty of the media? I mean, because if you're pursuing an America First conservative perspective in this country and in state policy, I mean, it is a 24/7 onslaught and attempt by the media to try to obscure that work and sort of do the bidding of this insider group that doesn't want the policies that the silent majority wants. And it connects directly to what you're talking about the citizen engagement, because combating that is that's the antidote, is the citizen engagement, combating the dishonest media. So how do you think we can do that? I mean, I don't know. I've been trying for a long time to do this. I think a lot of it is exposure.
Yeah.
Calling out the dishonesty from the media, but I don't know. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that, because it's been like the last 12 years of my life. Like, this has been the number one thing, is how do we get the honest truth out there? Because when you get that out there, the silent majority is for these America First policies. It's just getting it out there and outside of the scope of the dishonest media.
I'll answer it this way, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, Board. First of all, I'm not saying I don't believe I stated that the media per se was dishonest about these projects. Could they, and getting public engagement, could they have done a different job? Could they have written some different language in the articles that get put out on County Commissioner meeting XYZ talked about ABC projects and this is what we're going to do? Sure. But what I think, two things that I think can help this, three actually. I hear we don't have funding to push out advertisement on what we're doing. We don't have funding to do a better job of managing public records, filing and getting it presented in a way that's visible, digestible to, there's some people, you throw 6 spreadsheets out there and I'm all over it and I'll sift through it and I'll get it. But it's got to be boiled down to something the vast majority of people can understand. And we're going to put a train track in, or we're going to put a trail in, whatever that is. But by and large, Mr. Secretary, I think it falls back here to these groups. The media is going to do what and report on what you guys asked for. And if you insist that every applicant that was teed up here had a page that showed what they did to engage the public and how many people showed up and who was for it, who was against it, and what did you do for advertisement? Did you engage the daily news? Did you put posters up? Did you do more than you do for Frontier Days? You'd change this. You change this whole equation, and I would argue that you'd reap vast returns on the money you spent on advertising and putting teams in place to structure this information better and present it to the public. You'd gain a lot of information that you're blind to it. You have no idea half the things that aren't going to go right, and you could correct some of that stuff prior to execution on the project. So I'm not sure if that went the way you hoped, or but that's my thought on that. The media is going to change as we push it to change.
Thank you. Other questions?
Chairman, just a comment. Thank you. I think you characterized that in a fairly succinct way as far as the problems with basically getting public outreach. And it's not only in this meeting, your county commissioners, the planning and zoning committees, I think, get no attention unless there's some hot button issue that comes in there. We try to reach out, that they're out there, but they're posted on the websites. I think the legislative process in the last few years has gotten away from direct advertising because of the cost of it, and they've went to more of a kind of a website thing. So, but not everybody knows where the websites are. So,
right.
I think that's something where we can get some uniformity or something. I wish we had kind of a C-SPAN, outreach that is more this is the facts and just the facts type of thing. But essentially, we don't have, because you've got, multi-millionaires or billionaires owning, the largest part of our media in this state. And basically they're the people that are calling the shots, so it'd be nice to have something that was the facts and just the facts. But that right now I think is not there, because you just, and if you put more money into advertising, it's going to go to support those different types of things. So I think maybe more advertising about, where the websites are and things like that, but getting it out, public service, messages and stuff. I think the governor does a great job, putting out what's going on in his office and in state government and stuff, but he's got the budget for it. I certainly don't have the budget for it, but
Yeah.
there's some improvements, and we thank you for coming here and engaging. And I hope you continue to do that.
We will. Thank you.
And Mr.
Treasurer. And
Radke, go ahead.
I was just going to respond and not to disagree or take away from anything you mentioned. There is goodness out there. I sat there and watched, however, where you asked the remote team to comment on the assessment and advice you were getting from the investment group here. It was, what do you think? How's that look? If you just added a spreadsheet tab for these projects, for instance, and your tickler of things to ask, was the public engaged? Just start asking that, and you'll start moving the ship.
And Mr. Radke, thank you. I know from our conversation in Lander, which I remember well, I think we also talked about one of the challenges, which is the one you brought up, which
Yep.
is the cost. And what it's really a kind of a vicious circle in this sense that if the legislature doesn't appropriate the money to do the outreach, then the departments are trying to figure out how to get public information. That costs the paper, particularly our little papers, and they get less and less interested in doing that because that's advertising space they might have otherwise. I think the other challenge, and this is by way of invitation, the other challenge is you have people that say, well, I don't look at Facebook, I'm on Instagram, or, what other particular item it is. And it's something we all wrestle with. I'd love to work with you to see if there are, avenues that we can do. Because the website, like you say, nobody sort of natively thinks. This is the issue we brought to the BLM's attention
Right.
a bit ago. The other thing, and again, this is also by way of invitation, so one of the things that I've really tried to do is to streamline what agency does what. I think you saw an example where this board has traditionally had funding that has, it's been both federal and different programs. And then also the legislature from time to time will give MRG grants, which are meant to address things like infrastructure or clean water or sewer or whatever it is. But housing usually should be, and this has been a fight for me, and the treasurer knows it, should be the province of WCDA. We shouldn't be doing housing in other agencies. And what frustrates me about the legislature is, we want to have community amenities, but we can't put it in that group because we think that they're just using it for political purposes. So we're going to put it somewhere else. And so you end up with this myriad of places, to your point, and not enough money to move the needle. And so I'd love to work with you on sort of trying to help our legislature understand that. And I've often heard this, that the only thing that happens with MRG grants is this board gets to show up and cut a ribbon. But so does every local legislator. And if we had, can actually find order so the public can say, I know infrastructure goes here, I know housing goes there, I know community amenities go there. I'd love to sort of, and this RASCI tool sounds like it may be a helpful.
Yeah, we know who's on the director team here. Rasky, I mean, everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
You've got, tens of people here that know exactly what that is.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And I'd be happy to help with any of these things that you mentioned. Reach out to me or let me know who in your team I should reach out to. And I'm happy to do whatever I can. And there's other folks out there that will do the same.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for the comment. Is there other general global comment? The one online. Okay. Sorry, I moved to another one. Please, who is it?
Eric Green.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Green. I'm the mayor of the town of Alpine.
and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to comment. I first of all wanted to say, excuse me, back to your comment about irrigation. Back when I was 16 years old working at the Jackson Hole Golf and Tennis, to justify a 25-cent raise from irrigation specialist, they changed my title to irrigation propulsion engineer. So I feel, back to your comment, it was very important, and I wanted to say that. But back to the topic at hand. This housing, as you know, Alpine's the fastest growing town in Wyoming, and this housing could make a huge impact. And I agree with the gentleman that was just speaking about how at your April 2nd meeting, it kind of, in an effort to make a lot of people happy, it kind of diluted the possibility of getting some of these projects done. Our project, keep in mind, would be on town-owned land. So, we can reduce the cost of entry basically to get this housing, but by reducing it from the staff recommendation of $1 million and bringing it down to 400,000 definitely makes the overall impact of this project much less, and it might even give us concerns of even if we could make the project happen. Because of economies of scale, I think if we got the $1 million that was recommended by staff, we could do 4 units or 4 of these houses. Going down to 400,000 might even make doing one of these projects questionable. Of course, we're going to have to bring partners in, and we're willing to do that, but it definitely puts the project at risk. So I just wanted to come on and apologize for not making the previous meeting, but put in my 2 cents as far as that's concerned, and see if the committee has any questions for me.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the global comment, and it's a bit out of order, but I'll entertain it. If there are any questions on the Alpine, we can come back to that as it's put forward.
Just a quick recommendation,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman. The Business Council basically had a couple $1 million to Cheyenne, but our board did not approve that. But that is a place where you can get some money for land. Cheyenne was going to buy land. It wasn't approved on this committee. But maybe if you do some arm twisting, I'm sure the Business Council would probably approve that. But you just got to get it by this group up here. And I think the funds are there for land purchasing. Definitely they are now, because we basically said that we weren't going to entertain that, but which to my chagrin, it didn't happen. But perhaps we'll think about that more favorably in the future. But that is a pot of money you can look at.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'm just going to ask if there are other global comments. Mayor Green, we'll be back to you, I'm sure, when the project comes before us. If any, I don't see any. Is there any online? Okay. Members of the board, how do you want to proceed? I think in the interim, the good superintendent passed out recommended groupings. For those of you online, I think her recommendations for the infrastructure from the group that we had. Yeah, please, why don't you do it?
Mr. Chairman, well,
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because this isn't inclusive of all recommendations. This was a starting point in my thinking, and so doesn't include all of the different applications. And actually, I need to clean this up a little bit, because I believe City of Lander would be under infrastructure as well. it was brought up, this discussion of infrastructure versus housing and where we prioritize. And I do want to just thank OSLI staff, because you were kind of given a difficult task to break down how do we prioritize when it was really open-ended. I mean, personally, for me, I think that the role of government in this process should be prioritizing infrastructure rather than just, money that's going to developers or to actual housing units. And so my, thought would be to start with some of these infrastructure projects. I list 6 here, if you include the city of Lander, that we could work through. I think we just need a starting point to work through all of these from our discussion that was earlier in the month. So, but happy to go through all of them. This was just a starting point in my thinking.
Members of the board, is that a good approach? Madam Auditor, anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's fine. I think we always struggle when there's a fixed amount of money and we have to go through, but I feel like when we've just gone through one by one, that generally gets us where we need to be, even though it can be painful.
All right. Well, first up, Madam Superintendent, is the town of Ranchester on your list. Do you want to begin with that?
Mr. Chairman, we can do that. I had a recommended amount of $400,000 for the town of Ranchester. And again, this is infrastructure only.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
can we see, I guess, compared to where our last recommendations are compared to the superintendent's recommendations? I'm not sure if I've got any paperwork.
Mr. Treasurer, board matter B1.
D1?
B1, that first sheet would have the list of our recommendation.
Where we ended?
And then if you follow on to that, that's the others. That's the board matter I3 that was pulled off the table.
That's what the last time we did. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Auditor.
And Mr. Chairman, perhaps it might be easier just to work through that list on B1 and I can point out, in my research of which ones were identified as infrastructure versus housing. Might be easier to follow
However
along.
you would like to proceed.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
fine.
let's go ahead and do that. That might be easier to follow on B1.
So if that's the case, then we're going to begin with the city of Lander, providing subdivision infrastructure for unmet housing. And I believe
Infrastructure.
the recommendation we came out of the last meeting was 400,000, and the recommendation I think you have provided is 500,000.
So Mr. Chairman, are you going to ask if there's any amendments on that?
Yeah, I would. What I'd like to do is if there's anyone from Lander here or online,
We do have somebody online, the deputy mayor's online.
and we can come back to that. We'll provide public comment and just raise your hand and we can have Ben recommend you. So the first amended amount that I would entertain is the one that the superintendent provided on her list, which is to bump the funding from $400,000 to $500,000. Madam Superintendent, you want to speak to?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, in the vein of prioritizing infrastructure, but also look to reduce our list slightly. Just to, again, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, to make sure that we're not spreading too thin, but ensure that actually some of these projects can get off the ground. So thus the update of Lander to 500,000.
Okay, is there a second for that?
And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to second that, but I'm just noting the list from the last meeting, those did not all have motions and seconds. It was maybe a little bit, it wasn't a consent list. It was just a list. So if the motion is to fund at 500,000, I would second that. Or if,
Yeah, and that's, I
Okay,
guess, what
yes, I
I'm
would
saying. And then we'll come back to the list. So, and Ms. Doring, I'm hoping that you can kind of keep track of where we are. These are always interesting exercises. So that motion has been put forward. Is there any discussion on it?
Is it second?
It's been seconded by the auditor.
I haven't.
Okay, hold on just a sec. I just want to talk about the bumping of 100,000. So discussion on bumping it to 100. Madam Superintendent, did you state your reason for doing that? Basically, infrastructure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, is this deciding on funding this project at this amount, or are you making a list to consider in aggregate?
I'm considering it, making a list that we can consider.
Okay.
I wanted to know if there was general support for the
Perfect.
for the bumping of it. So this is awkward. I appreciate it. So please, if there's a cleaner way to do this, I'm happy to take suggestions. I think what we're doing is getting ready to vote on each one of these, but I think unless you all want to look at it differently, I think it probably is a value for us to walk through each of those and see if that is correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, in that case, I'd maybe then bring back the motion, because knowing that we're not voting on it, so we could kind of work this informally and then have a formal motion if that
That's
works for
fair
us.
enough,
The
but I think
second.
there's general support
Yeah.
then for raising it to 100. Mr. Secretary, I know you've passed out an amendment. I'm
Yeah.
thinking you want to do it for each of them.
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So probably appropriate when we get to the
Okay.
actual votes. Is
And
that fair?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note my opposition to increasing the 100K. So, or whatever we did on
Oh,
that
yeah,
just now.
you're noting your opposition. Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Because the condition
Yeah.
allows the resident aliens. It's just untenable for me.
Fair enough.
So,
Fair enough. Okay, is there any further discussion on Lander? Anyone online from Lander to speak to this? There is somebody with hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, Regine Stubbe Fossen.
We recognize you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I apologize. I couldn't get on quick enough at the last request. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I am just here to answer any questions. We would support either level at 400,000 or 500,000. We did in our original round on April 2nd request the 500,000.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? All right, thank you. Stay tuned. Next on our list is the town of Newcastle. And let me back up for a second. I think we're trying to group these by housing and infrastructure. The first is infrastructure.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So then I would move on B1. Then next would be Town of Ranchester.
Okay. Thank you. Town of Ranchester. Anyone online? And I note, I believe that is the recommendation that we came up with last meeting. Okay, I recognize Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman and board. Yes, we're here to answer any other questions if you have them. We really can't go, that would be the lowest amount we could do for our project. We don't have any more in reserves that we can match up to begin a project. So that's kind of where we stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mayor Clark? Anyone else online or here?
What was your original ask?
600,000.
And Mr. Clark, I'm trying, remind me, I think you all indicated that you were fine with this amended amount.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right. So moving on, we now have the,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
that would be the City of Cheyenne would be the next infrastructure project, which is roads. And I suggest, just because again, thinking about enough to get a project going rather than spreading it too thin, would suggest that we bump that to 500.
okay, so that is a doubling of the amount that we originally considered for that project. Is there general support for doing that? I would only note that this board in the past, the very long time past, really did not often really want to do much with roads. But
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what they did with DD, but it's something I always supported, and so I'm good with the 250 raise.
okay. Madam Superintendent, I think that may come up when the motion comes, but next, and we have the,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
I believe that would bring us then to the City of Buffalo.
best place in the state. So, sorry, I'm joking here. So the City of Buffalo, and I think, Madam Superintendent, if I read your recommendation is to bump it as well by 250,000 from 500 to 750.
Yes, Mr.
Is that
Chairman.
correct?
Same concept as was mentioned before.
Okay. Is there, yeah, please.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I can speak to that one a little bit. Their original request was 1.24 million. So this is still a substantial haircut to what they asked for. And I had some conversations with the clerk there, and the $500,000 made it really tenuous. And the 750 certainly is still challenging, but much more in the yes, we can get it done column. Again, not wanting to half fund sewer. I know we always say bridge to nowhere, and now it's sewer line to nowhere.
Okay. Yeah, please. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the TV. So.
Basically, in a nutshell,
Oh.
Gets me every time. Anyway, yeah. So that would make the project very doable. With that, we can do it in phases and still get it done. So it would work.
Very good. I was sure sorry to see less had passed.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next would be Town of Ten Sleep. So there were almost two separate projects within the request. I would include or personally opt for just the streets and alleys portion of it, which is that 373 that I would propose that is just infrastructure related.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a question for the superintendent? Is there anyone online or here? Please come on up. Yeah. I did see you earlier.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, you're good. When it turns red, you're.
Okay, I'm good.
You're on.
Ernie Beckley, Mayor, Town of 10 Slate. We've discussed this before. Obviously, we would like to have both. I would make the argument that I think a house for that the town owned to provide for our own maintenance person, I would contend that that could be considered infrastructure as well from a standpoint of keeping things going. But obviously, we've looked at this as partially two programs. I mean, we can do one. We'd like to do both. We need to do both, but we'll take what we can get, basically. So thank you. I'll stand for any questions.
Are there questions?
And I would just say that we do have a printer.
You do?
It's a small one, but they do have a small printer.
Awesome.
3D printer.
Okay. Well, thanks. Thanks for the hospitality the other day. It was just wonderful.
We certainly enjoyed having you there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And please, Mr.
Mr.
Secretary.
Chairman, you know, this whole practice of matching numbers to the asks, I just want to make sure that the state funds are used for the infrastructure. Would the superintendent have any, you know, heartburn if the motion included that it was for that purpose rather than just matching the amount?
No,
Madam
I wouldn't. I think
Superintendent.
that's the intent, so I wouldn't have issue there, and I think we just have one more, so.
Okay, thank you. And I would note if I read that correctly, that's a reduction from 500 to 373 is your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, a little more color on that. They really did have two applications that were put together. One was for the streets and roadways to sort of unlock development in that area by the private sector. And then the other one was for a manufactured home. So the amount we came to last time didn't make a lot of sense because it was it was half a house. And so I think if we were going to have a dividing line as we tried to get as much done as possible with this money, that was a better dividing line than sort of the arbitrary number from last time.
Very good. Thank you. Further comment? All right, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that leaves us with the city of Kemmer for road construction, and that is at the $1 million mark. And so I would say for all of these, it would be for infrastructure only expenditure.
Okay, and that matches the recommendation from the last meeting.
Yes.
Is there general support for that? Okay. All right, what is the
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be okay with moving to officially fund on the infrastructure side. I do think that we have still a question on the Cheyenne project of 500 versus 250. That was the one that didn't have, just in the event that we would put these together in a package, or we could go one by one.
Yeah, I'm happy to entertain either method. Sometimes efficiency would be good, but I did sense that there was general agreement. This would be the board's opportunity to say I'm wrong. You do that often anyway, but there'd be general agreement on the town of Ranchester, the city of Lander, the city of Kemmerer, 10 Sleep, and the city of Buffalo. And then if we move those as a consent list, that would be fine. And then we could talk with Cheyenne, but please, that's just a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am. We have somebody approaching, so yeah, please go ahead. I'm just noting somebody's approaching, so.
Mr. Chairman, I am happy, and if it fails, that's fine, we can start over, but I would happy to make a motion to move. I guess I need to make a consent list first.
If you're gonna do that, let me entertain it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Elizabeth Finicaro. I'm the Economic Resource Administrator from the City of Cheyenne. We are happy to accept $250,000 if the board would recommend it.
All right.
Thank you.
You're amazing. How do you want to proceed? You want to include that? If you do, you can make the motion, consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, nature of Lander is a little different, and I'd appreciate if we could remove Lander from the consent. Will there be an opportunity to remove from the consent list before we form it?
We can just do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we just go one by.
Yeah.
I think we should just go one by
Okay.
one. Prefer it.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion on the town of Ranchester.
Mr. Chairman, I would move funding to the town of Ranchester in the amount of $400,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and support this because this is truly infrastructure, but on the ones where there is sort of a nexus because of the nature of the resident alien addition from the superintendent and the other three members of the board, I just can't support it unless we fix that. So, I'm going to try to fix it, but, I'm glad we got the citizenship check and stopping non-citizens, but the resident alien piece is just so offensive to me and wrong. And we don't need to align with Section 214. These are state funds, and the constitutional argument is also not correct because it has to do with purchasing property. This is a state benefit, so it's distinct from Article 1, Section 29. I think it's pretty clear in terms of the reading of that, in my opinion. But for all those reasons, on the housing ones, I can't support it until we fix the condition, the last part that was snuck in. But town of Ranchester, I can support as a true infrastructure project. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be abundantly clear with the Section 214 language that was given to me by Trump administration, whom I support wholeheartedly, and that language was from them, not watered down, but again, worked with the Trump administration. Thank you.
Please, Mr. Secretary, we'll have maybe a response, and I think once we get past 4, it gets a little bit long. So
I just have a question, Mr. Chairman. So President Trump didn't give you that to you personally, correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
This is from the Housing and Urban Development
Oh, okay.
Authority Group. Yes.
Okay, so it's not the president. Gotcha.
Thank you. Okay, back on the vote. Is the treasurer, treasurer's right there. Okay, so this is just a straight up 400,000 for the town of Ranchester for their infrastructure. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Next, I'm proceeding down the list of ones that we just talked about. Next, the City of Cheyenne. What would the motion be for the City of Cheyenne?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
I would move $250,000 for the City of Cheyenne.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor and then the Secretary.
At this, I'm happy as is. I would actually make a motion to amend the amendment up to 500,000. If I get a second, I'll explain why. If I don't, that's fine.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Mr. Chairman, this grant is one I've delved into and frankly probably given more scrutiny to than maybe it deserved in some of the others, but this is truly infrastructure. But the kind of development it unlocks is primarily for individuals with developmental disabilities in our community. And of all the conversations of where the government shouldn't be involved in housing, this is a place where I do think it's appropriate. So I love nothing more than folks saying they can accept less money, but the fundraising burden that this puts on that project, and again, recognizing this is actually infrastructure, we're not funding the housing, but they have to have a road to get there. So I'm happy to support it at either month or at either amount, but I would actually like to get them the 500,000. I think the analogy I always use when we're spreading the peanut butter out, this actually is, does a decent amount of work for a lesser amount of money.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, I forgot I had recognized you. Please proceed.
Well, I'll speak after the amendment. We have the amendment.
Okay.
currently.
So the amendment is here. We're voting on the amendment to boost the funding back up to $500,000. It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Your amendment, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to note that this one is an infrastructure project I will support because the condition does not apply to it because it's an infrastructure project. So I'm going to support this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we are on the original, motion, City of Cheyenne. We are now voting on it for funding of $500,000. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. We are now on to the City of Kemmerer.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move $750,000 for the city of Buffalo.
Oh, okay. We're moving to the City of Buffalo. That's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So the City of Buffalo has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to note this is also an infrastructure project where the condition does not apply. So I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I would just like to recognize Mary, who has maybe had to come the furthest twice to watch us do this. So thanks for your advocacy for your community. I think that area is really going to do big things, and this isn't near.
We're on Buffalo, but not to worry, not to worry. We'll save that for later. We do it nice because we do it twice, so.
I like Buffalo too, Mr. Chairman.
We'll recognize you there. Is there further on the City of Buffalo, 750,000? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Now I'm going to recommend that we go to the City of Kemmerer.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I would move $1 million funding recommendation to the city of Kemmerer, and I think they will do big things.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to note as well that this is an infrastructure project. It's a road, so the condition does not apply. So I'm going to be voting aye on this. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Superintendent, I think we are at the town of Tensley.
Mr. Chairman, I would move $373,000 for sole use of infrastructure for the town of Tensley.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be the last one, but this is also an infrastructure project, so the condition is not necessary. So I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Thanks very much for coming down. Long drive. Hopefully you're going to go back in a rainstorm. We're a little worried if reservoirs are going to fill. I know you are too. Oh, there we go. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. Thanks very much for being here. Madam Superintendent, I think we're on to more housing specific.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we disposed of Lander.
Oh, we didn't. You're right.
And
I'm
so,
sorry.
and it might be worthwhile to have the applicant speak a little bit of infrastructure versus housing on this one.
Ooh, wait, and I don't know if this is out of out of time. I just noticed Jeff Gardner's hand is up, and I apologize. Mr. Gardner, did you have a comment you wanted to make about any of the projects we've done or ones that are coming up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't. I was going to chime in on the City of Cheyenne's application, but I think that Mayor Collins did a fantastic job of explaining it at your April 2nd meeting. Certainly appreciate the support from all of you, and would certainly try to answer any questions if you had any, but that was my intent.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you right as it came up. But I think that's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Madam Superintendent, back to you on Lander.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think if the applicant is online, I think it would be helpful to hear infrastructure versus housing on this project.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. This is a hybrid, I agree. The program that Lander is suggesting is for infrastructure, that being ADA sidewalk, curb and gutter, and water taps into our mains for individual lots. So those individual lots, although they're, I guess it would be an incentive program for a landowner or a developer to go ahead and get some funding up front to put in the infrastructure that exists within the city right of way. I have checked with our auditors, and the landowner will not receive a 1099-G. It will not be a grant to them because all the infrastructure that we're proposing to supply is within the right of way. However, if you think this incentive is going to a private landowner or a developer and you would check their citizenship and follow all the state and federal rules, we are happy to do that.
Mr. Treasurer.
So I want to be clear about the amount of money that it's going to cost you for your curb gutter and your other infrastructure. Do you have a dollar figure on that? So we can, is it in excess of $500,000? We just need to be clear as to whether or not it's what we're doing is all infrastructure to make it a clean motion.
Yeah. Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary or Treasurer, the only thing that would be eligible if you have a subdivision application or a building permit that's been approved by the city would be the infrastructure in the right of way, of course. And typically, because I don't know how many applications we're going to get, typically a 50-foot wide lot would require about $35,000 investment if you had to put in curb, gutter, sidewalk. It can go up from there for each single lot. I would think every landowner could receive somewhere between $25,000 and $45,000. So $400,000 or $500,000 meets an infill need for Lander for multiple housing.
And so follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Treasurer.
So to make that clear, I guess, is that $500,000, it would all go into infrastructure either on the lot or essentially, but it's all infrastructure. Curb and gutter is characterized as infrastructure as well as sewer, water, hookups and all of that. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And 500,000 is what you need in infrastructure only to get to move forward for your development.
Yes, Mr. Chair and
Please,
Mr. Treasurer.
Madam Mayor.
So it would be going to it's not one large subdivision. It would be going to multiple beneficiaries to help our infill throughout the town. So that's why I can't tell you exactly how many places it will go. But I said it could be anywhere up to 45 lots if everybody only needed sidewalk, curb and gutter.
Okay. All right. So your testimony is that this is for infrastructure, not for land, but just infrastructure.
That is correct.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, and again, it's helpful to have clarity. This is This is, only city-owned infrastructure in the public right-of-way. So sidewalks that benefit the whole community and anyone can use. And just a note on the amount, they actually originally requested $1 million. So this is half of what they took a substantial haircut on that.
Okay. Yeah, please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, there's going to be an application process, right? Because it's going to be the developer applying for each lot, right?
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, that is true. It will be either a developer through a subdivision application or an individual landowner through a building permit process. Both applications approved by City of Lander.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, that's right. I would say that it probably does need to fall under the condition that we discussed and approved earlier.
Okay. What further discussion? Further discussion?
Well,
I figured.
Is it not been?
No, it has been moved. It's been moved and seconded. Is that correct? No, I thought it was, I thought you had moved it. I thought. No, okay. Okay, so, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would move $500,000 to the City of Lander.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Superintendent. Sorry if we got out of order there. Apologies. All right, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, there's three things in my view that the condition doesn't cover. The big thing is that non-citizens, according to the condition, are allowed to apply if they are non-resident aliens. And two, the outside verification goes away and it's the entities verifying as opposed to the Office of State Lands. And three, they're now with the amendment, E-Verify and valid Wyoming Real ID rather than the saved database solely can be used for this verification. So I move my amendment to fix those three issues. As a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for the Office of State Lands and Investments to verify that the initial purchaser of any housing made available as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investments shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's systematic alien verification for entitlements program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board upon verification of the initial buyer afforded housing as a result of this application. And again, the big thing this fixes is it's just really offensive, I think, to the people of Wyoming that these state benefits will be going to non-resident aliens. And to say that, well, HUD is saying that this federal law applies, that's kind of gaslighting the situation because the federal law does not apply to the state receipt of a benefit. That is referring to HUD funds. So to say that, well, that the board has to align to something that's in federal law and therefore the Trump administration agrees with it is really, I think, disingenuous because it's in federal law, so they have to. But these are state funds. And so we can be very clear that resident aliens will not be receiving these state funds in addition to illegal aliens not receiving these state funds. So this amendment cleans that up from the earlier issue, and I move it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I believe, Madam Auditor, you had moved with a global condition. Is that correct? Or is this, I guess I'm wondering if this is a substitute or if this is a direct.
As my motion contemplated, it would have had the global amendment I may have another amendment.
Right, but I just want to make sure we were talking about that. Is that your understanding as well,
And
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question because I do want to make sure that that provision is included because I would like it to be on this one that because it has such a strong nexus that there would be checks to ensure that it's U.S. citizens and eligible.
So my point was just to make sure that that motion, I mean, we were a little bit vague about it, but I understood it to include this provision to it. And I heard the second say that was her intent as well. I now have the secretary's motion, which essentially is a substitute. And then I'm going to come back to you for subsequent, depending on what we do. So I'm going to call for a second.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
No, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, this motion would substitute the global motion and fix and be clear that resident aliens would not receive the benefit because that is just, it's offensive. It should only go to citizens. And so it would fix that loophole in the original motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
Secretary. Mr. Treasurer, did you have a comment?
Just a couple of things there. One, I'm not sure whether or not having passed something that we can go back in and essentially reconsider it line by line with a different motion, but that, I don't know whether it's in order, but I'm not asking you to rule otherwise. But I will clarify again what the Constitution says, because I think that there's should be a distinction in what it is. I agree with the Secretary that many people in Wyoming find that offensive, and that there should be some restrictions in these areas. But I will repeat what the Constitution says, so there's some clarity in the understanding of the general public, and this is what the Constitution says of Wyoming, not a federal constitution. This is a Wyoming Constitution. That's the highest law that we have in this state besides federal constitutions. No distinction shall ever be made by law between resident aliens and citizens as to the possession, taxation, enjoyment, and descent of property. I believe, Mr. Chairman, that if we adopted this, that we would indeed be in violation of our Wyoming Constitution and in violation of our oath of office to, let me get this right, Mr. Chairman, that we do solemnly swear to, I got to get my readers on. You solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, I would believe that we'd be in violation of that and that we would not be discharging the duties of our offices with fidelity. That, in short, Mr. Chairman, if we as a board adopt this, that each and every one of us could be subject to violating our oath of office, which would mean that we would immediately have to vacate our office, would be guilty of perjury, and would no longer be able to run for any office of trust in this state. This is a serious matter, Mr. Chairman. And there can be disagreements and with what's in our Constitution, Mr. Chairman, but we cannot ignore our Constitution. We would, in fact, I believe, be ignoring the Constitution that says as to possession, taxation, enjoyment, and descent of property, there would be no distinction in law. Mr. Chairman, this policy or would actually have the effect of law. Now, Mr. Chairman, I think it's clear what the Constitution says, that this would have the effect of law upon all of the grantees, and that we should take this with in due consideration of what the Constitution says and the motion in front of us.
Thank you. I have yet to, got it. I have yet to get a second for this. So let me, please go, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And I just have to respond to that because it's so, it's so leading in what was said. That section of the Constitution refers to purchase of property, which is different from the attainment of a state benefit, which is what we were voting on here. And it's very clear. We've talked about this many times. And also, many times the legislature is, passed issues that are then adjudicated. Maybe this would get adjudicated, maybe it wouldn't. But I think it's really disappointing, some of the insinuations that were made there on something that it's so clear that this amendment is constitutional because it is not preventing anybody from purchasing property. It is about the attainment of a state benefit, which is not what Article 1, Section 29 is referring to. So I just think we really have to look at the words, the plain meaning of the words very clearly, not change them, not adjust them. And the plain meaning of Article 1, Section 29 is very, very clear.
So we have yet to get a second for this, so I'm going to ask for seconds now. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, your proposed amendment fails. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. I don't know if I should amend my own motion or if it would be better for me to just withdraw and make a new motion, whatever you prefer.
You know what you're trying to
Okay, well,
accomplish.
actually, I think, thank you. Okay, I'll propose an amendment to my motion. And this is to adjust the previous global motion that we put on. And it would read as follows. And if anyone desires to see this printed, no rush, but I'll read it out. I think it's pretty straightforward. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that an individual applying to the City of Lander for infrastructure provided by this grant are U.S. citizens or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements SAVE program, E-Verify, or a valid Wyoming Real ID, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments or until funds are exhausted. And if I get a second, I'll explain my reasoning.
Okay, you want to read that again, just to make sure?
And Mr. Chairman, what I did here is I just tweaked that first sentence to make it specific to this unique project. And then recognizing that this project is also unique in that the funds will be spent and gone. Okay, I'll reread it. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that an individual applying to the City of Lander for infrastructure provided by this grant are U.S. citizens or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements SAVE program, E-Verify, or a valid Wyoming Real ID, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments or until funds are exhausted.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Don't love that it's not just the SAVE program, but I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on for just a sec. I'm gonna recognize the secretary, then I'm gonna recognize the treasurer.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
I would like to delete the non-resident alien portion or eligible under section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980.
Okay, the secretary's proposed an amendment. You want to go through that again?
I would like to delete the following words, or eligible under section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that? Is there a second? Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm sorry that fails for lack of a second. We're back on the proposed amended language.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
I know where the auditor's going to this, but the previous conditions that we set forth, is that a separate section, like a section A or B of that, or did we just tag it on to the end? Because I can see in the future, people looking at this, and rather than putting this in every place, if we had a section, we could just go by reference that, section A applies or something like that. And I don't know what our construction was, but it would make, I think, future amendments and future things a lot more, I guess,
Well,
friendly.
I take the amendment to this. I think we're going one by one. And I understand that means that they may be customized. In this case, I think this is customized, but it's customizing the global language that we passed initially.
I'm just contemplating that the easiest way to do that is basically to identify the global language, and then we're just going to have to say subsection A applies.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to streamline things in the future. I'm fine with the way it is right now, and we can move it forward. But maybe in the future we can actually look at the structure of what we're doing, so we can do these by references, so we just don't have to repeat it every time.
And Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate that. I think we've got, 3 more projects after this, so, okay. Further discussion? If there is no further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And did you vote, Mr. Secretary? You voted aye?
Because of the first part, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I didn't hear it. That motion carries.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to replace that with another amendment.
Okay.
Yes. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that the individual applying or prove to rent or the initial purchaser of any housing funded by this grant are U.S. citizens or are U.S. citizens. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the systematic alien verification for entitlements SAVE program and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Okay. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Is there support for the Secretary's motion? Mr. Secretary, I apologize for it not gaining a second. I'm sorry it fails. So now we are on the now amended motion and the amount of $500,000, and I'll call for the vote on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a
Mr.
comment.
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is where the ones that I'm going to be opposing start. I just think that it's truly offensive, the idea that these funds are going to go to non-resident aliens, or it should only go to U.S. citizens. It shouldn't be going to non-citizens. And I think that this sort of combination crap sandwich approach has just kind of messed the whole thing of what we were trying to accomplish done. This is very different from HUD programs where Section 214 applies. These are state funds, so we can make a clear stand that these are only going to go to U.S. citizens. So I'm going to be voting no on these housing projects for that reason. So
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And just as a point of clarification, I think you've mentioned several times that these funds would be going to non-resident aliens. I don't know if your implication is that by not accepting the way you've parsed it, that they would only go to non-resident aliens, or if you are acknowledging that these funds go both to U.S. citizens and folks that meet the requirements of Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development. It's simply a clarification.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not understanding your point. Can you make it again?
I think, Mr. Secretary, you've said a few times that these funds are going to non-resident aliens and they should only go to U.S. citizens. And I guess I wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to imply that by not accepting the way you're parsing the language, that people were only going to be, the only people getting these were non-resident aliens. It's a mix. Wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, the way it's worded in this kind of combo bad sandwich is that it could be either.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
And so Section 214 has nothing to do with the application of state funds. So I don't know why. I mean, I think HUD was probably, you know, a little confused about what exactly we were trying to do. This is having to do with state funds. I wasn't at that meeting. I wasn't invited. But I think the idea that this federal law would need to apply to state funds is just incorrect. And that's why I'm trying with these amendments to separate these two issues, even though they've been combined in the global amendment, which I think is really problematic. But yeah, it's really disappointing because I think that this is a very clear opportunity to take a clear stand that these funds will only go to U.S. citizens, which I think is the appropriate policy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, then I'm going to go back to the
I think something that has been lost is that the work that we've done here makes it very clear that no undocumented alien, illegal alien, is going to get anywhere near these funds. So that has been accomplished, I think, is that no undocumented alien, is not going to get anywhere near these funds.
All right, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just echo the comments by the treasurer.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just, again, there's different situations here. What we're saying is that only U.S. citizens should be attaining these funds, not non-resident aliens or illegal aliens. And there's three different situations. And I think with this amendment, basically situation 1 and 2 are happening when I think it's very clear that only U.S. citizens should be attaining these state benefits. I just want to make sure it's really clear because there's a lot of things going on here, but that's why I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on now to Rollins or Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would note we need to take a final vote on Lander to actually fund it, I think.
Okay.
But just one note. And yes, but we have.
Yeah, no, we're on the, I'm sorry, we got off a little bit on discussions. No, the amendment passed. We're on the funding as amended.
I would just note, and the assistant mayor is welcome to correct me and should correct me if I'm wrong. The overwhelming majority of these funds are going for ADA sidewalks in the city of Lander. In terms of dollars, that is what this is doing. Curb, gutter, sidewalks in the city of Lander. So that is not an entitlement. It is curb, gutter, ADA, sidewalks. Thank you.
I think she's got her hand up again. Is it? No, she doesn't. Okay.
Here.
All right. Please, go ahead.
That is correct. All of these are city-owned infrastructure within the city right of way. Sidewalks being the most expensive of those.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor? City of Lander with the amended language, 500,000. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And Kurt, are you voting aye or nay on this? Voting aye. And I am an aye, so that passes. Now we're on to Rollins. I would entertain a motion to put Rollins forward. We have the cities of City of Rollins, we have Washakie County, and we have Newcastle Upton.
Mr. Chairman.
I guess the dollars left to parse is what I was looking at, because we've raised some of these and we've taken some off. I was just wondering where the balance was, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Superintendent.
We have currently allocated $3,523,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move funding to the city of Rollins in the amount of $750,000.
With the global.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I would note that the global amendment does apply to this project and would be applicable.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
I have an amendment to this motion. The amendment I passed out,
Okay.
which is the amortization, the situation that's labeled for applications in which benefits passed on to tenants perpetually. And so what this would do is it would close the loophole that allows non-resident aliens to attain the housing. And it says, as a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for the Office of State Lands and Investments to verify that each individual who is afforded housing as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States, period. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investment shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's systematic alien verification for entitlements program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board periodically.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the Secretary's substitute motion? Is there a second to the Secretary's substitute motion? Is there a second to the Secretary's substitute motion? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, that fails for lack of a second.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Just if we're on discussion on this one, no, this project is a little bit again, a little bit different than some of the other ones we've dealt with. I would note that the apartments provided by this project are not subsidized housing. They are not affordable housing. There is no income limit. It is true workforce housing for the city. And so Mr. Chairman said maybe more clearly, these apartments will be rented to individuals working in Rollins at a fair market rate.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I just want to say for the record, I think in general, this is a great project, but because that this benefit will be provided to non-resident aliens, I just cannot in good conscience support this. And I just think it is offensive to the people of Wyoming that these state funds are going to be provided in that situation. So I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion? I call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
Thank you. That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion on Washakie County. Or please, no, I'm sorry. Gosh,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
didn't,
Chairman.
I saw you over there earlier. I
I
apologize.
just needed to get up to give my rear end a rest, but appreciate it. And I just wanted to thank yourself and the board for helping us proceed with this project, which is currently in force or currently being worked on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming all the way here. Hopefully you run back through a rainstorm.
And a headwind, I'm sure.
Very good. All right. Now I would entertain a motion on the Washakie County proposal.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move $327,000 for Washakie County.
Second?
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there discussion? Oh, and let me make sure I'm clear. That has the global amendment to it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I would note,
Second.
yes,
Okay.
and I would note this is one where where that global amendment does apply. And I would also note that this housing is limited to county employees. So there's a lot of belt and suspenders checks there.
Very good. Further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I have an amendment to this, which is the handout I passed out for applications of which benefits passed on to tenants perpetually is the label, and it would replace the global amendment with the following. As a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for the Office of State Lands and Investments to verify that each individual who is afforded housing as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investments shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's systematic alien verification for entitlements program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board periodically.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask for a second. Is there a second for the Secretary's motion? Is there a second for the Secretary's motion? Is there a second to the Secretary's motion? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, that motion fails. We're back on the main motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is a project I will support at this level. It's not one I initially loved, but learning more about it and going through the applications again, this home to be put in Slib is going to house a deputy county sheriff of Washakie County. So not only does our global amendment apply to this, I do not have any concerns that Washakie County is hiring law enforcement that are not legal to be here. And so the dynamic between those two communities, my understanding is that Slib, the law enforcement response times are not great, and this really helps sort of close that gap. But please, if I've represented any of that wrong, don't be afraid to disagree with anything I've said.
No, thank you. I'm Washakie County Commissioner Tom Schmelzer, and the whole purpose of asking for this grant money is to get a deputy stationed in Slib who cannot afford to live in Slib, because we have about a 40-minute response time to get from Moreland to Slib. And that is the whole purpose of this grant application. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Thanks for coming down. All right. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is one that I would like to be able to support, but without the condition on prohibition of a non-resident alien from attaining the housing, I can't in good conscience do that. And, one of my questions for the board is why, with it already being a sheriff's deputy in the application, why we couldn't have that added condition in this one. So I'm just going to be a no. And thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? No. That motion carries. Now, I believe we have Newcastle Upton, and I would entertain a motion for Newcastle Upton.
Would move $400,000 if we got it left, Mr. Chairman, to the town
I-
of Upton and Newcastle.
I believe that's exactly what's left,
Mr. Chairman, we've now allocated $4,600,000.
and that comports. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Please, Beth, do you want to come on up and? Oh, you'd think you know about that.
Pushed the wrong button. Mr. Chairman, board members, I'm Beth Blackwell, the grants and loan specialist for the city of Newcastle. Online is Kelly Miller, the clerk treasurer from Upton. Unfortunately, Mark Lindstrom is flying back from DC. He was with WCDA back there. And Greg Stump is in training, getting some continuing education hours for being our superintendent of our public works. I do have two questions that maybe someone could clarify for me. Is the condition that's put on these, it's for the initial sell, correct? It wouldn't be for the person we sell the property to when if they turned around and sold it 10 years from now, 50 years from now, that condition doesn't continue. Is that correct?
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, we have initial purchaser. I think that's why I struggle with this one and will probably be a no on it just because of the nuance of flipping. And I feel uncomfortable with that. But the language is the initial purchaser.
Okay. And my second question is, would that condition apply to just the $400,000 once that $400,000 was spent, since our project is trying to reinvest in our community and sell those properties and take that money? Would that condition continue in perpetuity as long as we had those funds? And would it apply to the funds that we accrued based on interest in that account?
Mr. Peters, I think there's an interesting notion here, and it's the practicability of this particular approach that has been sort of behind us. I don't know if you want to try to provide some color.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think Ms. Blackwell brings up some good questions. The current global language does talk about the initial purchase, but based on Newcastle and Town of Upton's plans, those funds would be reinvested. So it's a little bit unclear at how that current global motion would operate. And I think she raises some good questions about whether it would be the intent for it to essentially operate in perpetuity, or once those funds are expended at the initial outset, that condition would be satisfied. And so I'm not sure it's a perfect fit for the global motion, or if there's some adjustment that this board determines is necessary if it is the intent for it to continue to carry on, rather than just that initial purchase, the initial time the funds were deployed.
Okay. Well, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would love a few minutes to try to maybe do something similar like we did with Lander and just make sure we make the amendment fit this project if it's advisable.
All right, noting it is 12:06. Why don't we break to 12:20? I think the treasurer wants to be part of this. So we'll do that. Thank you. No. We don't have anything on other than for action today. All right. Madam Director, I'm going to call us back into order. I think we still have a full quorum. So we are, I guess, at the point of taking a,
Mr. Chairman.
yeah.
Okay, similar to what we did with Lander, I would move to amend the motion as follows. I would replace the earlier applied global motion with the following. As a condition of this grant, the grantee must document and verify that any individual purchasing property from the towns of Upton or Newcastle directly funded by the original grant are U.S. citizens or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980. To verify eligibility, grantees must utilize the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, SAVE program, comma, E-Verify, comma, or a valid Wyoming Real ID, comma, and report annually to the Office of State Lands and Investments.
All right, you've heard the proposed motion
Amendment.
and as an amendment, right? Amendment.
Yeah, it's an amendment.
And so with that, is there a second? Is there a second?
It's second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Mr. Treasurer. We're open for discussion. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move an amendment to the amendment. I would like to delete, my motion is to delete or eligible under Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1980, which removes the non-resident alien portion of the amendment.
Okay. You've heard the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, there is no second. The motion fails. All right, so we're back on the amendment and doing discussions. Discussion? Discussion. Having heard no discussion, I guess we'll move on that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays? All right, now we go to the original, where are we at the point of doing the money with the amended motion?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to fix other issues with that amendment.
Okay.
So I'm bringing an amendment specific to this that replaces what was just passed.
Okay.
And it is on the paper entitled "For Applications in More Unique Situations in Which Benefit Going to First Purchaser, Upton, Lander." As a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for the Office of State Lands and Investments to verify that the initial purchaser of any housing made available as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investments shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements SAVE program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board upon verification of the initial buyer afforded housing as a result of this application.
Okay,
That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Secretary, that motion fails for lack of a second. We're back on the main motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and do want to emphasize that I think this is from 30,000 feet up, a great idea, but without having a ban on the non-resident alien funding for this, I just can't in good conscience support it. And I feel to my bones that the people of Wyoming would oppose any of these state funds going to non-resident aliens. And I think it's just wrong to have that in here. And it's not necessary either. So I'm going to vote no on the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I on this project, again, I appreciate the ingenuity behind this, and I think it could be a good model for other communities if it works. I would note that any individual coming in and purchasing one of these rehabbed properties will be paying market rate. They will not be receiving any of this grant funding. They will be paying market rate for a lot or a home in Upton or Newcastle. This is not affordable housing. This is not subsidized housing. It is not an entitlement.
Very good. Thank you. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just to revisit Article 1, Section 29. You can possess a property, but you possess it by a lease. You don't have to own it. So, it's a contract to basically to occupy and possess that. Enjoyment is necessarily not limited to just possession of property. It could be the use of the property also.
Thank you. Further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
I am an aye. That motion carries. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, with those votes, that does exhaust the funding allocated for this purpose, and then also completes your agenda today.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to put it in pitch for the WCDA, that $5 million would have given us 333 houses that could have a down payment assistance program, and put 333 new first-time homeowners into a house. So there's other ways to spend $500 million. We've got a lot of infrastructure programs in here. The revolving fund that we have on water projects. We've got the stuff that we have with the Business Council on purchasing lands, and we also have a great deal of other things that we do in other areas in infrastructure. We've got the public purpose investments that we can do through the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund that is low interest or other loans. So, I think when we look at this, Mr. Chairman, using money, I would hope the legislature looks at the WCDA, the down payment and assistance plan, and that I think is probably the correct way to spend our time is not spending it in this manner on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further comment? Nothing else to come before us? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
And moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying